Going to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Excellent. Thank you, Abby. Rodeo Austin, what do you say we have a Barrow show? All right, Class 1 Durocs, let's pump it up and we'll have a Barrow show. Exhibitors in the barn, just a friendly reminder, please bring your certified Texas bred paperwork into the show ring. If you do not have that paperwork, your animal will be loaded to the truck immediately. Please bring your paperwork with you in the show ring. Our judge today is Jeremy Cantrell. Jeremy started his path at Eastern Oklahoma State College for 2 years on a livestock judging and academic scholarship. While at Eastern, he was named Outstanding Student in the Division of Ag. He finished his bachelor's and master's degree at Oklahoma State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging team that was named national champions in 2001, winning both Kansas City and Louisville. Jeremy continued his judging career over the last 20 years, sorting shows across the country. So far, he has been at 19 states and has judged shows such as the World Pork Expo, the Expedition, California Expo, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Arkansas, Ohio, Iowa, Nebraska, New Mexico, Louisiana. He is married to Kelsey, and they have 4 kids, JC, Evie Rue, Riker, and Maddox Creed. Jeremy currently works for Magellan Midstream Pipelines as an area supervisor. The Cantrells live in Perkins, Oklahoma, where they also run show pig business and spend lots of family time in the barn. Let's give a round of applause for our judge, Jeremy Cantrell.
Well, good morning. We started off with a really nice drive of red hogs. We've got a few that we're going to turn back and rework the upper end. And, you know, structure, I think, is your primary sorting factor as I start to look throughout here. Just got a couple of these that read just a little too upright on their skeleton, maybe get just a little bit rounder in their overall make and design, but still yet good market hogs for these young people. Please congratulate them as we're letting them go.
Class 2 Durocs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, first call to the show ring, please. Class 2 Durocs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, second call to the show ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, third and final call to the show ring, please. Can we get Ty Gerngross from Wall FFA to the show ring, please? Ty Gerngross to the show ring.
Folks, I can't tell you how excited I am to be here and have the chance to work with the great young people of Texas. And man, we start off in a really good fashion. We started off with a prayer. We started off with our national anthem and our 4-H and FFA kids doing their thing. And man, it just led into a really quality class that I felt had a pair of them that rose to the top fairly quickly. And then there was just a little bit more debate as we started to work down through the drive. But ultimately, this pair of hogs, they're the stout power hogs that still have balance and build in check. Their feet and legs, I think, read more square. Their muscle pattern reads more square. I think it lays on their skeleton just a fraction better as we start to work down the line. And between the two of them, the bigger-footed, more flexible one goes ahead and leads the pack. The young man's Barrow is one that just really reads dense and stout and rugged at the arena surface. And then you get off to the side of him and just study his balance. He's so good in his proportions, his length in relation to his height, his extra extension from his shoulders forward. And then he comes and goes with a big chest, a big square shoulder and blade, and a big powerful hip. He keeps his hawk square. He keeps it bended and flexible as you study him on the move. If you want to strengthen him there off of his front two and maybe just give him a shot of natural feel, I wouldn't argue with those two things, and that's what makes it close, because the Barrow in second probably has just a little bit more fluff right there through his forerib, but at the same time, I didn't read him as good in his shoulder set. I didn't read him quite as stout as I started to go back and forth, but that's still a nice pair of hogs to be landing in that 1 and 2. It was because of his stoutness of rear leg bone and his roundness of rib and just his overall freshness is what allowed him to come over the Barrow in 3. The hog in 3 hit me hard coming right out of the gate back in the back. That's a good sculled hog that still runs uphill. In relation to 1 and 2, I didn't see this one quite as good in terms of his rear leg bone. Got just a little bit crestier right there on the top part of his pole. Maybe just not that extra punch that we had in either one of those two bears. But man, that's just a good built, sound made bear that just didn't quite have those ESTs as 1 or 2. But that's a very quality hog. I thought his flexibility was a fraction better as we got into the Barrow in 4. The hog in 4's got a really interesting hip design. I like his length and levelness of hip. I like his ability to just push and drive as you study him there going off his rear two. It's the front third of this guy's body that we run into a few more struggles. That's a hog that maybe wants to shuffle out of his shoulder, gets just a little bit more jammed up in terms of his head and just the way that his neck blends into his shoulder. But from there back, there's still a lot of good and value in that one. As we start to let the remaining hogs go, there's still some very good animals through here. We've got one here that's a tall-shouldered one that gets just a little bit chuffier necked and maybe a little straighter up through his shoulder and knee. One here is another barrow that's good looking from the side, closes up underneath and gets just a little bit base narrow as you study him front and back. A nice pair of them here that get just a little bit different in their feet and legs. And then those bottom two are another very nice pair of hogs that, again, I just didn't quite see their skeletons laid in them quite as well. Didn't see them as fresh through the front third of her body. Really a fun way to start. My compliments to all these kids as they head back to their pens.
Thank you for judging us today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your Class 1 results of the Durocs. In first place, Hagen Hodges, De Leon, FFA. Second place, Lane Canales, Sinton, FFA. Third place, Isabel Perkins, Frost, FFA. Fourth place, Matthew Phillips, Washington County 4-H. Fifth place, Wesley Humphreys, Sudan, FFA. Sixth place, Brooke Desi, Belleville, FFA. Seventh place, Gavin Slow, Tarrant County 4-H. Eighth place, Lakin Daniel, Idalou, FFA. Ninth place, James Barker, Hale County 4-H. In 10th place, Kylie Regenthal, Deer Park, FFA. Class 3 Durocs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 3, first call to the show ring.
Another quality class, and man, it's close. It's very very tight on what gets pinned and what gets turned back. We've got a real heavy-legged one here. Gets just a little rounder and shorter in terms of his hip. Struggles off those rear two. A good-looking one there that wants to close up as you study him there underneath. Maybe just didn't quite fill up as well right there through his center. A longer-bodied barrel that maybe just throws out of balance just a fraction as you study that one from the side. Another barrel here that's got all kinds of muscle when you get in behind him. That's a barrel that drops out of his hip and maybe just doesn't read with as much structure as a couple of these others. Another barrel here that just needs more width and power. Got a big power hog there that, again, just gets just a little more bubbly as you step in behind him, maybe gets his hog just a little too wide. Another one here that gets just a little straighter on each end, but man, really good looking. Young lady's done a nice job of preparing and presenting that one. So again, there's still some very, very good hogs in here. Folks, put your hands together as we let these hogs go and rework the upper end.
Your D&D Trailer Certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 1 Durocs was exhibited by Hagen Hodges of De Leon FFA. They will receive a $100 premium, vinyl banner, and a cap from the Texas Pork Producers Association. The breeder of their animal was Tungate Show Pigs of Early, Texas. Just a reminder for all first, second, and third place class winners, please get your picture taken at the backdrop right behind the show ring. First, second, and third place winners of each class need to get their picture taken at the backdrop. First and second place winners, you will be called back for a breed champion drive, and there will be a weigh back. So first and second place winners, have your animals ready for a weigh back as they come in for a breed drive. Just a reminder, exhibitors, please bring your certified Texas bred registry paperwork to the show ring. Please bring your paperwork to the show ring. If you do not have that, your animal will be loaded on the truck. Class 3 Durocs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs. Second call to the show ring, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, third and final call.
One through six, I felt those were the ones that offered the most in terms of athleticism and correctness of build, and still looked like show hogs from the side. And between the two that led those six, I think that the class winning Barrow is one that is the hardest to fault, is the easiest to maybe not make excuses for in terms of just his general build. Very loose made Barrow that still has some width and power and dimension. A very fresh one that looks it's been fed and pushed to this particular size and weight. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this is the biggest legged one that we're going to see all day. And if you want to stouten him, I wouldn't have a great deal of argument there. But it was because of his comfort, his body shape, his freshness and youthfulness is what allowed him to lead this particular drive. Now, there is more bone and foot in the Barrow in second, and that's what made this particular pair close. At the same time, that's a hog that got just a little bit more up in his loin. I didn't see his back line leveling and balancing quite as well as he studied him there from the side. But, man, his running gear is spot on. His bone and foot is spot on. And it was because of those two things is what allowed him to go over the Barrow in three. The Barrow in three is another heavy structured one. Love the front arm of this guy, and I love the way that he plants and drives off of his rear tube. At the same time, of the initial trio of Barrows, this is the one that maybe reads just a little bit different through the front third of his body. Never could get a quite good read on terms of his skull shape and just the way that his neck blended into his shoulder. And then you get in behind him, and that's a barrel that maybe wants to play out just a fraction as he goes towards the arena surface. But his bone and just his general feel and just the way that he's been driven is very, very exceptional. And it's because of those things that kept him in the top part of this drive. There was more bone and foot in that one as we got into the hog that comes next. And this is the power hog. He's the high cut ability, carcass-oriented Barrow that's really descript and edged out through the upper part of his skeleton. One of the bigger hipped hogs that we have in this particular drive. As I just step back and just study him, I just didn't see him quite as balanced. That's a Barrow that maybe wants to rock his shoulder just a little further forward. I didn't see his hip quite as fancy as he studied the design of it. Got just a little bit more up there in his jump muscle. Just didn't quite piece together as well as a couple of those that were right above him. But, man, in terms of just hard muscle, a good cut ability Barrow, man, you got to appreciate that one a good deal. And it was because of that extra shape and that extra boldness is what allowed him to go over the Barrow that comes out next. This one's probably just a little fancier and funner to look at from the side view. At the same time, that's a one that gets just a little bit more lethargic, a little more robotic in terms of his movement. Maybe just didn't quite have that punch that we had in the upper part of the drive. I like a lot of things about the Barrow that drops out of the gate next. Love just the general presence. Runs uphill, good looking, head and neck ties extremely well into the upper part of his blade. at the same time. Watch this barrel come and go, and of the initial upper part of this drive, this is another that maybe wants to flicker and shuffle off of his front tube. I'd like to rock his shoulder just a little further back into him, maybe just opening up through the base of his body to make him more ideal. But man, where he's good, he's an absolute rock star. Young lady did an awesome job of getting that one driven. A very solid, fundamental, practical barrel that's got all kinds of extremities in terms of width and power and muscle. Gets just a little bit different in the way that he handles his rear tube. And for all the mass and the muscle that he has up high, I wish his bone and feature would go ahead and match. The last three that we'll drop out are still very quality animals. A big-legged hog here that maybe falls apart just a little bit from the side. Didn't quite have the extra athleticism that we had in a couple of these others. A really solid, round-bodied, wide-structured barrel here that gets just a little rounder hipped, a little chuffier fronted. Young man's barrel there on the far side is another. It gets just a little bit more robotic in terms of movement, a little more mature through the front third of his body. Fun class. Great set of kids all the way through. Congratulations to them all.
Your Class 2 placings. In first place, Case and Bice, Randall County 4-H, from Wayne Rodeo and Sons, Show Pigs. Second place, Olin Pearson, Hockley County 4-H, Harkey Farms. In third place, Brianna Lopez of Clearbrook FFA, animal bred by 4J Genetics. In fourth place, Madeline Bailey from Dallam-Hartley County 4-H, bred by Cornerstone Ventures. In fifth place, Hayes Meadows of Lubbock Cooper FFA, animal bred by Chad Hill Durocs. In sixth place, Cassidy Caraway from Friendship FFA, animal was bred by Wintex Farms. In seventh place, Cadence Butler of Perryton FFA, their animal was bred by Lowry Livestock. In eighth place, Aubrey Garner of Jim Ned FFA, animal bred by Underdog Genetics. In ninth place, Bryce Simpson of Travis County 4-H, animal was bred by RW Genetics. In 10th place, Ty Gerngross from Wall FFA, animal was bred by RW Genetics. Class 4 Durocs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 4, this is your first call to the show ring.
Got a real shapely one here that wants to get his shoulder just a little too far forward and causes just a little bit more of a restricted stride. Got a big scaled bear there that looks like we're fighting a weight, and that didn't quite get here as easy. Not as full, not as dimensional as a couple of these others. Really a neat made one here that just runs out of gas whenever you get in behind it and study there through the center. A really well prepared one here in front of me that gets just a little bit too restricted in terms of movement. A real wide bodied one here that just needs to be sounder going. So still some really quality hogs here that are going to get left out. And folks, if you would, put your hands together as these hogs are exiting the ring.
Class 4 Durocs, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, third and final call to the show ring, please. Let's give these individuals a round of applause as they leave the show ring.
Awesome class, and we land on a pair of show ponies that are just so unique in their build, and I love just the general presence of the young ladies Barrow that comes out and leads this drive. So good and elegant in terms of skull shape. I love just the stoutness of skull and jawline that's laid into him, and just the way that his neck blends into the very tip top of his shoulder and blade. And he doesn't sacrifice his shoulder set. He's got really good reach out of his shoulder and knee. He comes at me square and true, chest knee to ground. He's got big fat toes, and they're spread out where they're supposed to be. They're square as you watch him go towards the arena surface. You step in behind him, and he's got a good square hip and a good functional hind leg, a good round body, not the most extreme in terms of muscle shape, and if you want to pick on him just a fraction, he maybe just harden him and strengthen him right there through his foreloin, and I think that's what makes it close, is because he isn't just absolute rock solid right in there behind his blade, but that's still a very neat made one that brings a lot of very unique pieces to the table. The one that's the most like him is the Barrow in second. That's another big arm, fat-footed one that has just a really indestructible kind of a skeleton. I didn't see his pieces blending quite as well as he studied them from the side. Didn't seem quite as good in terms of just the bend to his hind leg, but in terms of bone and foot and feature and body shape and just general presence and composition, that thing was lights out good. The most muscular, the most powerful comes with the Barrow in 3. This is the one that is the biggest back, the strongest topped, the most powerful when you get in behind him. At the same time, of the initial trio of hogs, this is the one that probably reads the most different in terms of the look that he gives you through the front third of his body. Didn't quite see him blending quite as well. Didn't quite see his hip as square or as functional as he studied him and compared him to the top two. But it was because of that extra punch, that extra width and thickness is what allowed him to go over the barrel that comes next. And this is one that I got just a little hard on after my initial sort. I didn't know if his front feet was good enough. I didn't know if his rear leg was big enough. But at the same time, there's still a lot of good in that barrel. He's so good down his top line. He's tall fronted. He's strong backed. He's got a real level and long kind of a hip design laid into him. However, he does need to be stronger there on his front tube. He needs to be just a little bit stouter in his rear leg bone. Maybe gets just a little bit more restricted in terms of movement. But in terms of presence and levelness, man, I like that one a good deal. I like a lot of things about this one in terms of shoulder height and then hard muscle. That's a barrel that maybe gets just a little flatter bodied and a little tighter and straighter moving, but that thing's got some shape. He's got a good look in terms of his extension that he has through his front third. Just gets just a little flatter and harsher right there through the center part of his body. A real stout skulled one that comes next that wants to jam up on each end of his body. I didn't see his hip as long. I didn't see him as square in the way that he handled it. Got just a little bit rounder looking on each end of his skeleton. A real fresh, well-presented hog that has got a really good edge there through the upper part of his body. That's another barrel that gets just a little tighter, a little more restricted on each end of his skeleton. I didn't see him quite as good through the center part of his rib. 8, 9, and 10 are still very quality bears. Maybe got just a little bit different in the way that they handled their feet and legs. Didn't quite read as flexible as he started to work them towards the top. Fun class to sort. Congratulations to them all.
Your class winners for Class 3. In first place, Taylon Tosh of Gillespie County 4-H. Her pig was bred by Tosh Show Pigs. In second place, Harper Davis of Brock FFA, bred by Tungate Show Pigs. Third place, Kane Albrock of Wildorado FFA. Animal was bred by Clay Farms. In fourth place, Colton Glass from Holland FFA. Animal was bred by Wintex Farms. In fifth place, Charlie Olfers of Gillespie County 4-H. Animal was bred by Heritage Show Pigs. In sixth place, Caris Downs of Montgomery County 4-H, bred by RW Genetics. In seventh place, Jacob Powell of Jordanton FFA. Their animal was bred by Powell Livestock. In eighth place, Adelaide Birkenfeld of Nazareth FFA, bred by Harkey Farms. In ninth place, Book Madeley of Randall County 4-H, bred by W. Rodeo and Sons Show Pigs. In 10th place, James Ricky Fortner III from Blue Ridge FFA, bred by Fortner Show Pigs.
Really a nice way to wrap up the Duroc Drive. A very, very deep class, filled full of just good quality barrows. Several of these hogs that we have here in the ring look like they've been here just a minute and are fighting the scales a little more hollow in terms of their body and just flesh and condition. There's a barrow here that just didn't quite have as much up high. A real good looking one there that got just a little bit plainer in terms of top shape. A barrow going across the ring that just didn't quite have as much underneath. Got just a little bit straighter in terms of movement. So still some very good quality barrows. Just ran into a really competitive class. Folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for these kids as they exit the ring.
At this time, if we can have our first and second placings from Class 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. First and seconds from Class 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. Please make your way to the show ring. First and second place winners from classes 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. This is your second call to the show ring. First and second place winners from class 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. This is your third and final call to the show ring for the breed drive. Hagen Hodges, De Leon FFA, please bring your animal to the show ring.
Incredible way to wrap up the red ones. The squarest, the most genuine, the best balanced bear goes ahead and leads this pack. And this is one that, as you just take an E and just study the true genuine width and the base of this bear, I think he is the most real. I love his chest. I love the squareness and the power that he has right out of his hip and pin. I like the way that he bends and bounces off of his rear too. He keeps everything in check and in motion. That's a barrel that just proportions the best. He's a fresh made one that looks like he's been pushed and fed to this particular weight. Plenty in terms of muscle and shape. Just a really solid bear that still has some extras to go ahead and lead this pack with. There might be just a shot more as he get in behind the barrel in second. A real powerfully ended hog that again has a good full and natural kind of a middle to him. I thought that he was just fresher and more youthful and probably even more dimensional than the barrel that we got in 3. By comparison, I didn't see him quite as good in his neck and crest. I didn't see him as square in his hip design to go ahead and land and lead over the barrel that was right above him. The hog in 3 is a very good outlined, very attractive made one. Love that silhouette, love just the seamless look and build that this barrel has. So good on his feet and legs, really a loose made one. As I just asked myself, is there enough to go ahead and lead with this hog? I just didn't seem quite as powerful. Got just a little flatter shouldered, a little flatter, and just a little bit more vanilla there on the back side of his shoulder. Didn't quite see the horsepower in that barrel, but in terms of a good look, a good pattern, and a good hip and hind leg, man, I like that one a good deal. And it was because of his hip and hind leg and squareness going away is what allowed him to go over the Barrow in 4. The Barrow in 4 is the freak on a leash. Big chested, big backed, a big powerful hip when you get in behind him. This is a barrel that gets just a little more out of bounds for me. He wants to open his shoulder up front, gets his hawk there on the outside of his body wall when you get in behind him. Just another one that maybe gets just a little bit different in terms of skeleton, but man, where he's good, he's an absolute man. That's the reason that he was able to be in the top part of the drive. The hog that comes out next probably reads just a little bit safer in his general build. I love the front arm. I love the front foot of this guy. I love the stoutness that he has. One of the rounder, more impressive bodies that this particular class has. Unfortunately, this is a hog that gets just a little bit rounder hipped, a little tighter in terms of his movement. Didn't quite have the presence that we had in a couple of them others. But in terms of meat animal shape and just density, man, that thing is awfully nice. I thought it was because of that extra power and that extra stuff up high is what allowed him to go over the hog that drops out next. This young lady can drive the wheels off of him. I love the extra foot and structure of this guy. He gets just a little bit piecier in the way that he's made, a little drier flanked, a little bit more vanilla there on the back side of his shoulder. Just didn't see as much punch in that barrel to go ahead and move him up any higher. As we let the remaining hogs go, these are still very quality barrels. The young lady's hog gets just a little more upright in her shoulder, but really big and fresh up high. The other young lady's hog that drops out of the gate next comes to us with a big scale and a big extended look. Not as stout in terms of bone work, not as muscular in terms of his upper body. This is a real solid, practical barrel. Gets just a little bit flatter made, a little bit different when you get in behind him. Really a fun class and a nice way to wrap up. Congratulations to them all.
Class 5, Dark OPB. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 5, Dark OPB. First call to the show ring. From Class 1, we have Hagen Hodges, De Leon FFA. From Class 2, Case and Bice, Randall County 4-H. From Class 3, Taylin Tosh, Gillespie County 4-H. And from Class 4, Dylan Kishnick from Dime Box FFA.
as we start looking ahead and asking ourselves, what is our champion drive going to look like? You know, there's a big decision here to go ahead and start setting the stage on what things we hope kind of come together as we start to wrap up the show tomorrow afternoon. There is one that, in my opinion, is going to be the most memorable as I'm driving back home tomorrow or Sunday. There is one that I think offers the most uniqueness. I think that he's the hardest to make. I think he's the one that's the funnest to look at, and I also realize that he's got a couple of areas that we need to talk about and we need to modify. I don't think I've ever seen a perfect one, and so if we feel that he needs to be beat because he's not just absolutely spot on behind this blade, then I certainly wouldn't argue that a great deal. I would like to change him there, but his foot, his shoulder, his build, his presence, his skull and jawline is just absolute lights out killer. Young lady, you're going to have her champion. Congratulations.
Your champion Duroc comes from Class 3. Talon Tosh, Gillespie County 4-H. Animal bred by Tosh Show Pigs. Coming into the ring is Olin Pearson. Oh, excuse me. Harper Davis from Brock FFA.
Drop out the Barrow in second, and that's another one that just is so stout. Man, I love his front arm. I love his front foot. Really strong-toed hog that got all kinds of feature. Didn't see his top line quite as good, and just the way that things came together as well. But man, that's still a very, very good Barrow. I think it gets awfully close between him and the young man's heavyweight. The young man's heavyweight is just so square and true, coming and going, and probably even holds that slight edge in terms of forloin shape. By comparison, I like him next best. He's going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve Duroc comes from Class 4, Dylan Kishnick, Dime Box FFA, animal bred by Burger Farms. Class 5 dark OPBs, this is your second call to the show ring. Just as a reminder, will the parents or representative of the champion and reserve breed please report to the drug area? Parents or representative of the champion and reserve champion Durocs, please report to the testing area. Class 5, Dark OPB. This is your third and final call to the show ring. Your Class 4 Duroc class winners were first place, Dylan Kishnick, Dime Box FFA, animal bred by Burger Farms. Second place, Colton Coburn from Ballalstein FFA, animal bred by Clay Farms. Third place, Shelby Pampwell from Comell County 4-H, animal bred by Burger Farms. Fourth place, Weston Lackey of Haskell FFA, animal bred by Wintex Farms. Fifth place, Kirby Lacey from the Tom Bean FFA, animal bred by Lacey Livestock. Sixth place, Hallie Heinrich of Lubbock County 4-H, animal bred by JDF Farms. Seventh place, Cameron Bauer of Crowley FFA, animal bred by Royal Crown Show Pigs. Eighth place, Brinley Edwards from the Idaloo FFA, animal bred by Breaker Branch. Ninth place, Hannah Alls from the Ballinger FFA, animal bred by Schwertner Farms. And 10th place, Kenzie Goldman of the Belton FFA, bred by Tailored Genetics. Attention in the barn, as a public service announcement, will we be making a 30-minute lunch break after the white OPB class. 30-minute lunch break after the white OPBs. Class 6, dark OPBs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 6, dark OPBs, first call to the show ring.
That young man's Burke over there on the far side would be the next one to grab a pin, and that one's close. Muscular and wide and got a good look. Not as good in a ham-loin junction, not as stout as a couple of those that grabbed a pin, but man, in terms of muscle and shape and look, that one is awfully nice. A big hipped one here that just wants to cave and close up front. Didn't quite have the body and spread as a couple of those that went across the scales. Got a pair of spotted down-eared barrows that maybe just didn't get here quite as easy. Not as fresh, not as bold. Another one there that gets just a little more up in his spine, wants to drop out of his hip. A barrel here going across the middle that just needs more stuff, needs more muscle and shape. Really a well-prepared one here that gets just a little bit more awkward in the way that he handles his hip and hind leg. Lots of good quality barrels out here. Folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for these kids as they head back to their pens.
Class 6, dark OPBs. This is your second call to the show ring. Taylor Simpson, early FFA, please bring your animal to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 6, dark OPBs, this is your third and final call to the show ring.
OPB classes always bring just a unique twist to things, and it brings a new element of how things need to go and just the challenges that come with it. But I feel the most comfortable with the young lady's Berkshire Peering Barrow. This is one that reads the densest and stoutest in terms of his skeleton, so good, and his foot size, a really strong, stout arm barrow that really uses his shoulder and knee extremely well. I love the proportionality of that guy. I love the roundness of rib and body that's laid into him. Lots of spread, lots of dimension. He flirts that line as you get in behind him as far as just being just a nickel too wide. He keeps it in check, but I certainly don't want to see any more. But I thought that his extra structure and just the way that he come together from the side was a little better as we got into the barrel in second. The barrel in second is without question the harsher, harder-backed, shapelier hog between the two. I didn't see him quite as rugged in his rear leg bone. I didn't see him as seamless in terms of his build, but it was because of his upper shape, his squareness of hip, and just the squareness that he left you with is what allowed him to be over the barrel in three. The hog in three is another wide-bodied, thick-ended hog that's got a lot of fresh shape there on the back side of his shoulder. As I worked that barrow to the arena surface, I didn't see him as rugged. A little smaller in his toes, a little more fragile in terms of his ankle and rear leg bone. Not the feature that we had in one or two, not the substance that we had in one or two, but because of his look and because of his shape is what allowed him to come over the barrel in four. The hog in four is stouter. I think we can easily see that. At the same time, he's a little more cumbersome on each end of his body, a little more robotic in the way that he handles his hip and hind leg. I didn't see the presence in that barrel through the front third of his body, but I love his bone work and I love just his general build underneath. And those two things is what allowed him to come over the barrel coming next. This is another that maybe wants to overstep tucks and ducks and just didn't quite handle his rear two quite as well as he studied that one on the move. But, man, he's got so many out there pieces. I tried to keep him as far up in the class as possible. Ultra wide, ultra thick, ultra stout, really maxed up in the upper part of his body. Just didn't quite seem correct enough to move any higher in this respective drive. A really solid one that drops out next, and this is another one that really has a good shapely top that's laid into him, big limbs, fat toes, a hog that maybe wants to fall apart just a little as you study that one from the side, a little drier bodied, a little thicker and chubbier necked, didn't quite handle his hip and hind leg as well. As we start to let the remaining hogs go, this is another one that maybe wants to narrow up and straighten on each end of his body, didn't see the flexibility on either end of his skeleton. Another barrel that just didn't quite come together as well from the side, got just a little more up in his spine, didn't elevate right there in the top part of her shoulder, round out with a pair of hogs that maybe get just a little tighter in terms of the way that they handle the rear two. Really a fun way to start this division. My compliments to them all as they head back.
Your results from Class 5 Dark OPB: in first place, Gracie Bohannon, China Spring FFA, animal bred by Reeves and Smith. Second place, Wyatt Ludicky from DeWitt County 4-H, animal bred by C-Bar Livestock. Third place, BK Weaver from Neces County 4-H, Lindner Show Pigs. Fourth place, Trey Halfman from the Wall FFA, animal bred by Schwartz Show Pigs. Fifth place, Dylan Wunderlich from Canyon Lake FFA, from Wunderlich Show Pigs. Sixth place, Briar Sherrill from the Hockley County 4-H, bred by Harkey Farms. Seventh place, Kaylee Norwood, Midlothian FFA, animal bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Eighth place, Kendi Smith from Midland County 4-H, animal bred by Tex-Mex Genetics. Ninth place, Calder Havens, Clarendon FFA, animal bred by Cornerstone Ventures. 10th place, Paisley Fulton from the Dawson County 4-H, animal bred by Harkey Farms. Attention in the barn, we had a cell phone turned in to the announcer stand. If you are missing a cell phone, please come to the announcer stand. If you can identify the such phone, it is yours. Also turned into the announcer stand, we had a envelope full of exhibitor passes. If you are missing some exhibitor passes, and I can identify the name on the envelope, they are yours as well. Class 7, Dark OPBs. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 7, Dark OPB, to the show ring. Just a reminder, all first, second, and third place winners must take their picture in front of the backdrop. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give those exhibitors as they left the show ring. Class 7, Dark OPBs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 7, second call to the show ring, please.
The neater necked, better pattern Barrow wins this pair, and that's the young man or young lady here, here to my left. That's a nice pig in terms of just general width and roundness of body and boldness of blade and thickness and freshness through the upper part of his skeleton. He checks those boxes extremely well. His skeleton doesn't go without fault. He wants to get his shoulder a little further forward and flickers just a fraction out of his front tube, but that's awfully critical of a very three-dimensional bear that's been pushed and fed to this weight. I appreciate his natural feel. I appreciate the freshness of back and loin that's laid into him. Really nice in terms of hair and skin and presentation. Just a really solid place to start. The one that's the most like him is the Barrow in second. That's an extended hog that reads very stout and dense in terms of foot and bone. At the same time, that's a hog that didn't quite come together as well from the side. Got just a little chuffier fronted, a little rounder in terms of his upper skeleton. Just didn't quite have the ESTs, didn't quite have the completeness that we had in one or two in one. But I still thought that his bone and his just general width underneath is what allowed him to go over the Barrow in three. The hog in three is a very interesting Barrow. Got just a little bit flatter and harsher bodied. Didn't quite read as fresh, didn't quite read as young through the front third of his body. But his bones are big foot, just not as fresh, not as youthful, not as good through the center part of his rib. The other Berkshire hog continued to work his way up as the drive went on. Love his athleticism, love his range of motion on each end of his skeleton. That's a barrel that, again, just didn't quite have the extra punch underneath, didn't quite have the skeletal shape and thickness that we have in a couple of them that were right ahead of him. But I love his skeleton, I love his flexibility. Just didn't quite have those extras to move any higher. I still thought that there was a lot of good in this bear. Love his thickness, love his muscle. He wants to jam up on each end of his skeleton. Didn't seem as balanced, didn't seem as long in terms of his stride. As we start to let the remaining hogs go, there's still some very quality animals throughout. This is a barrel that wants to search out of bounds as you get in behind him. Another barrel here that gets just a little bit tighter and more restricted as we let the remaining three hogs go. I think skeleton and just general build goes ahead and sorts them towards the bottom part of the drive. Really a fun, very challenging class for me. Congratulations to them all.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to bear with us as we get these results to you. We're trying to match up the breeder with the respective placing, and so it takes us just a little bit of time. But your results for Class 6, Dark OPBs in first place was Rylan Petchakik from Snyder FFA. Breeder of their animal was Wintex Farms. Second place, Cash Morgan, Coleman County 4-H. Breeder was Big Much Genetics. Third place, Mason Dillard of Idalou FFA. Breeder was Mike Pruitt. Fourth place, Samantha Gillespie of Centerville FFA. Breeder of their animal was CRC Show Pigs. In fifth place, Jenny Sullivan of the Idalou FFA. Their breeder was Cornerstone Ventures. Sixth place, Jacob Swatswell of Erath County 4-H. Their breeder was Circle B Show Pigs. In seventh place, Aiden Stott of Gillespie County 4-H. Breeder of their animal was Wonderlick Show Pigs. In eighth place, Katie Braden of Glasscock County 4-H. Breeder of their animal was Schwartz Livestock. Ninth place, Brittany Stewart, Clyde FFA. Their breeder of their animal was Scott Mulkey. In 10th place, Raymond Diffie of the Paradise FFA. Their breeder of their animal was Widener Show Pigs. Class 8, Dark OPB, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 8, first call to the show ring, please.
Lost a few there in the back, and still have a full deck. And man, we still have a lot of good pigs out here in the ring. The young lady here going across the middle has got one that is so close. I love that one from the side. Maybe gets just a little bit different as you study that one coming and going. But man, he's got the right kind of look from the side view. Really a round-bodied hog there in the middle. Gets just a little bit tighter spined, a little bit more off in terms of his hip. But man, that one is so good in terms of his spring of rib. Really a solid one there that gets just a little bit vanilla backed. A chunkier fronted in here that still has some power and thickness going away. Would like to freshen that barrow up and just give him just a little bit more of a meat animal shape when you study him there up high. So still some really good hogs. These kids are working hard, folks. Let's put our hands together for these kids as they exit the ring.
Class 8 Dark OPB, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 8, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 8, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 8, Dark OPB, third and final call to the show ring.
The stouter, tougher built one wins this extremely close pair, and that's the young man there on the far side. Congratulations to him. Big skull, big feature, really a big square-bladed hog that comes up and out of the top of his blade, extremely bold and true. I love him there on the back side of his shoulder. I love the trueness that he has. Hip hop to ground. He comes at me bold. He comes at me true. Chest, knee to the surface. Not as trendy in terms of his neckline, but man, that's awfully critical of one that's dialed in, fresh, ready to go, and certainly fits this weight extremely well. Never felt and thought that anything could get around the barrel that comes in next. Give me a skeleton like that, a running gear like that, a balance like that. You're going to win a class under me every day of the week. Love just the angulation to his skeleton, the shoulder set, the way that he comes out of his knee, the length and the levelness and the way that he utilizes his hip, the bend and the bounce off of his hind leg. It is all spot on, and he still has muscle and shape. He still has a good look and presence about him. In comparison to my class winner, he's just not as stout. He's not as big in his front arm. He's not as big in his rear ankle. Maybe even doesn't come at me quite as true as you study him there up front. But, man, that is an awesome kind of a barrel. One of the better second-place hogs we've seen. Congratulations to them both. An all day, every day, good kind of a barrel that comes into the three-hole, tall-shouldered, sharp-backed, really a fresh appearing kind of a hog. That's another one that gets just a little bit more fragile in terms of his bone and foot. I didn't see him as trendy fronted. I didn't see him as cracked open underneath. More than anything, I just need to stouten his leg to make him more of a contender in this particular class. If we could rock the shoulder back in this particular barrel, he would be a stronger contender in his own right. In relation to the top three, this is the one that struggles the most off of his front two, wants to flicker, gets just a little bit more upright there. His hip and hind leg is fine. I just need to change the front two to make him more ideal. Really an impressive barrel when you start to step up on top of him. I like a lot of things about the barrel coming next. He's extended. He's tall-shouldered. He literally runs uphill. He wants to drop out of his hip. I didn't see as much meat animal shape there on the backside of his blade. Gets just a little bit more vanilla, a little flatter and harsher bodied as you start to study him there through his center. I do like this one in terms of freshness and hair and skin. This is another one that gets just a little shorter about his hip, a little choppier in terms of his rear stride. A nice kind of a barrel that comes out of the gate. Young man's done an awesome job of getting this one presented. A good round-bodied hog. He, too, wants to bind up on each end of his skeleton, jams up through the front third of his body. As we let the remaining three hogs go, these are still very quality bears, a little more two-dimensional, not as rugged, not as opened up, not as sound. Really a fun class to sort. Congratulations to them all.
Your Class 7 results are in first place, Brock Bessire, Lubbock County 4-H. Their breeder was Nice Show Pigs. Second place, Huey Black, Randall County 4-H. Their breeder, Lindner Show Pigs. Third place, Isella King of Robinson FFA. The breeder of her pig was Burger Show Pigs. Fourth place, Parson Spencer from Colorado FFA. The breeder of their animal was Spencer and Collier Show Pigs. Fifth place, Abby Schladair from Fredericksburg FFA. The breeder of their animal was Bathage Show Pigs. Sixth place, Colton Vogue of Whitesboro FFA. Breeder of their animal was Wintex Farms. Seventh place, Mitchell Romero of Iowa Park FFA. Their breeder was Cornerstone Ventures. Eighth place, Isabella Gober of Haskell FFA. Breeder was Nice Show Pigs. Ninth place, Bax Edwards of Idalou FFA. The breeder of their animal was J.H. Show Pigs. And 10th place, Jenna Ray of Slayton FFA. Their breeder was Kobe Johnson. First and second places for Class 5, 6, and 7. Dark OPB, Class 5, 6, and 7. If you were first and second, please make your way to the show ring. This is your first call.
Another super competitive class, and we still have lots of good pigs out here, folks. This is one that's maybe wanting to bind up just a little bit, but love is width and power. A good built one here that gets just a little bit skinny through his rib and chest. Another nice pair through here that's got good meat animal shape up high. Get just a little bit more rigid in terms of their movement. I'd like to just bulk that guy up and correct him just a fraction out of his hip and hind leg. Like I said, just a lot of good pigs that just didn't quite have the totals that we have here in the pens. Another nice drive, folks. Let's congratulate these kids as they exit the ring.
Class 5, Class 6, Class 7, we need your first and second place pigs to the show ring, please. This is your second call.
The more youthful, more athletic Barrow wins this particular pair, and that's the young man here to my right. Congratulations. It's a close call because the thing that makes it close is the young man's Barrow is so stout. I love the extra foot and forearm in this guy, but as I go back and forth, that's a barrel that reads just a little bit shorter about his hip, a little straighter in his hock, and just didn't have the push, didn't have the flex as my class winner, didn't see the youthfulness through the front third of his body as we go back and forth. But certainly give credit where credit's due. That's a grizzly-legged one that is so stout and so big in terms of his foot and feature. Just didn't quite have that range of motion that we had in our class winner. Really nice pair to lead this particular drive with. The hog that drops out next is a power hog. Really dimensional when you get up on the top part of his body. I love the extra shape and thickness when you get in behind him. I didn't see him quite as fun to look at through the front third of his body. He's another that gets just a little more robotic as you set him on the go. I love him in terms of his freshness of feel, his shape, his dimension, and that's what allows him to come over the barrel that drops out next. This is another one that reads really bold in terms of his shoulder and blade. I didn't see him jamming up or didn't see him blending as good on either end of his body. He gets just a little shorter around or about his hip, gets just a little crestier right there on the top part of his pole. The down-eared hog that comes out next has got a real extended one. He, too, didn't quite come together as well from the side. Neck to shoulder transition gets just a little bit pinched, a little bit more wrinkled, maybe reads just a little bit more mature through the front third of his skeleton from the shoulders back. There's a lot of good, not as stout as those that are right above him. A real solid one that drops out of the gate next. I guess just a little bit tender in the way that he moves. Didn't see the athleticism as you study that one on the go. As we let the remaining hogs go, I think mainly sorts on structure and skeleton, still a really nice quality hogs all the way through. Congratulations to these kids. Excited to get into the champion drive.
Class 1, white OPB, or Class 9, excuse me, Class 9, white OPB. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 9, first call to the show ring. All right, as we move into our breed drive for the dark OPBs, coming from Class 5 was Gracie Bohannon of China Springs FFA. Coming from Class 6, we have Rylan Pakachik from Snyder FFA. From Class 7, we have Brock Basir of Lubbock County 4-H. And from Class 8, we have Cotton West of Sinton FFA.
Really a nice set of class winners we have to represent this particular division, and I think it's close. I don't think there's a clear-cut winner. I think that we can argue and debate for several of these, but there's one that I continue to land back on. I think that he fits the mold and kind of falls into the things that we're going to do throughout the rest of the day and obviously on into tomorrow. Keep them built right, put as much stuff in them as we can, and add those extra bells and whistles, and I think that's what he does the best job of. I think he's the stoutest at the arena surface. I think that he's big and square in his toes. I think he's got a good, tough build that's laid into him, and then he's got some freshness, some muscle and shape, and the right type of condition and cover as you start to study him there through his mid-body. Just a really practical bear that still has some extra. Young man here to my left is going to be champion. Congratulations.
Your champion dark OPB comes from Class 7, Brock Basir, Lubbock County 4-H. Entering the ring is Huey Black, Randall County 4-H.
Like it normally does, gets just a little closer and a little tighter out here for reserve, and you know, I think each of these has a place and certainly has value. The young ladies Barrow that we started with is one that obviously is so good through the center part of his rib and body. Does he handle his hip and hind leg good enough? Is his hip design long enough and square enough? I think that's where I'm hung up just a little bit on that particular hog. The young ladies Barrow there going across is another one that is just chock full of width and shape and power. Maybe wants to open his shoulder just a little bit and search out of bounds when he get in behind that particular hog. But he's so dense and he's so powerful. And that leaves us with a pair of hogs that I've probably spent more time on studying. That we dropped the Barrow in second out, and obviously that was a very close call. And then we had one that we rounded out the class with, and you know, that's a youthful kind of a hog that's got a good hip design, that's got a good fresh back that's laid into him. Is he stout enough there at the arena surface? Is he strong enough in his rear toes? Does he have just enough jaw and feature that's laid into him? And then we've got this second place that's just almost built to perfection in terms of the hip the design of his hip, the way that he bends and bounces off of his hind leg. I do love his skull a fraction better than the last class winner. I like his rear foot. I like him second best. Congratulations. He's going to be a reserve.
Your reserve champion, Dark OPB, Huey Black of Randall County 4-H. Class 9, White OPB, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Your results for Class 8 Dark OPB. First place, Cotton West, Sinton FFA. Their breeder, Lindner Show Pigs. Second place, Hagen Heisey of Lubbock County 4-H. Their breeder, Wintex Genetics. Third place, Jackson Powell, Jordanton FFA. Canacey Show Pigs. Fourth place, Kane Cooper, Yoakum County 4-H, Canacey Show Pigs. Fifth place, Carson Baker of Lavernia FFA. Their breeder, BC Show Pigs. Sixth place, Zach Huseman of Nazareth FFA. Their breeder, Jet Raymakers. Seventh place, Landry Bice of Randall County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Cornerstone Ventures. Eighth place, Hayden Highs of Potter County 4-H. Aiden Hughes of Potter County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, IDK Genetics. Ninth place, Paisley Jones, Howard County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Wintex Genetics. In 10th place, Jana Wall, Evant FFA, Shuffler Show Pigs. Just a reminder in the barn, after the breed drive of the white OPBs, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. After the breed drive of white OPBs, 30-minute lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to make a correction on the Class 8. Second place, Hagen Heisey of Lubbock County 4-H. Their breeder was West Texas Genetics, along with ninth place, Paisley Jones, Howard County 4-H. Their breeder was West Texas Genetics. Excuse my clarification. Class 10, white OPBs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 10, first call to the show ring.
Really some close calls here in this drive, and we've got so many of these that are just a place or two from easily being a pinned hog that got weighed and classed. And this young man's barrel here is ate up with power and shape. Got just a little bit tight on him, and just need to correct him in the way that his hip is laid into him. Got a good looking one here that just needs more body and dimension. Another power hog that just probably doesn't quite move as well. Got just a little bit coarser and more mature looking through the front third of his body. Like to freshen that particular hog up. Got a real chunky bodied one here that gets just a little bit out of bounds when you get in behind him. A real practical bear there that wants to jam up just a little bit through the front third of his body. Maybe just doesn't go to the ground quite as wide and true. Still, like I said, lots of good pigs that are going to leave the ring, folks. If you would, please congratulate them as they head back to their pens.
Class 10, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 10, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 10, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 10, third and final call to the show ring, please. Keegan Mason, Shallow Water FFA. Jagger Collier, Snyder FFA. Please bring your animals to the show ring.
The looser structured, younger looking one goes ahead and wins the drive, and that's the young man here closest to me. I prefer his seamless build, his hip and hind leg, and just the way that he proportions a fraction better than the Barrow on second. He's so good and crisp and sharp and dimensional there on the backside of his shoulder. He comes up and out of his blade extremely well and bold and true, and comes and goes with that same type of squareness. Really good on his feet and legs. Just a really elite looking one to go ahead and lead this class with. The grizzly bear comes in second, and man, all kinds of bone and structure that's laid into him, so dense up high, and he matches it as he goes towards the arena surface. He's a round-bodied barrow. Gets just a little bit tighter as the drive goes on. Probably just didn't connect into his loin as well with his hip. That's still a very stout, very rugged made one that obviously is very deserving of being in the top of this particular drive. The young lady in 3 is another one that probably follows our class winner just a little bit better in terms of type and kind. At the same time, he just ran out of gas. He just didn't have the forearm, didn't have the foot, didn't have the face or feature to go ahead and move any higher. But I like his hip and hind leg. I like the fresh, youthful look that he has as you study him there from the side. Now, there is more shape and muscle in the barrel that drops out of the gate next. At the same time, I didn't see him blending and connecting as well right there in his hamloin hookup. He's another one that wants to pressure up his outer heel, roll his hock as he get in behind him. But, man, he's opened up front. He's got a good sharp back up high. That's still a very elite-looking one with some really interesting pieces. And it was because of his design and his levelness at top is what allowed him to get into the barrel that comes next. This one is maxed out. Incredible in terms of foreloin shape and back shape. This is another one that maybe gets just a little bit wound up on each end of his body, gets just a little tighter spine. I didn't see his neck blending into the top part of his blade, wants to drop out of his hip. Just didn't quite see the seamless build, didn't quite see the looseness and comfort off of his rear too as you study that guy in motion. But, man, where he's good, he's absolutely incredible. Love that type of a back shape. I thought those extreme pieces was a little bit more appealing as we got into the barrel coming next. This is another really stout and shaggy-legged thing that gets just a little bit more ordinary through the front third of his body. I didn't see quite as much of a crisp look and jawline in him as we have in a couple of these others, but I love his bone. I love his body. As we start to let the remaining hogs go, there's still some very quality barrows in here. This one is longer and more extended than the one right above him. Gets just a little bit tighter, wants to knuckle off of his rear toes, didn't read him as stout. A really dense-made, muscular barrow here that gets just a little shorter on each end of his body. A nice parrot barrow here that going across the ring that's got some width and power, gets just a little bit more common through the front third of his body, wants to labor and tighten as you study that one out of his hip and hind leg. Really a fun class all the way through. Congratulations to these kids.
Your Class 9 winners in first place, Riley Campbell, Hale County 4-H from Campbell Farms. In second place, Sydney Jones, Stanford FFA, their breeder. Franco Weok, Show Pigs. I'm sorry if I messed that up. Third place, London Futrell of Friendship FFA. Their breeder was Clay Farms. Fourth place, Landon Sawatsky, Seminole FFA. Their breeder, their animal was Schaefer Show Pigs. Fifth place, McCoy Moyer of Jack County 4-H. Their breeder was Canacey Show Pigs. Sixth place, Madeline Breimer of Atascosa County 4-H. The breeder of their animal was Clay Farms. Seventh place, Grant Meyer, Falls County 4-H. Breeder of their animal was Bohemian Farms. Eighth place, Valerie Harper of Lamb County 4-H. Breeder of their animal was Byers Farms. Ninth place, Timory Coyer of Snyder FFA. The breeder of their animal was Byers Farms. And 10th place, Laney Campbell of Johnson County 4-H. Their pig was bred by Byers Farms as well.
Young lady here with a real heavy-legged one would be the first to leave this pen. Love the front arm of that guy, really tall-shouldered. Wants to get just a little bit more mature looking through the front third of his body. More than anything, I just need to open that guy up and power him as he get in behind him. A real muscular bear here that just doesn't handle his hip and hind leg as well. Got one here that just didn't have as much meat animal shape as we like. A big-chested rascal here that just needs to be fresher and younger looking. We've got 3 or 4 power hogs through here that's just ate up with muscle and shape and thickness. These hogs want to labor and sacrifice skeleton to go ahead and get that extra width and shape. So really close calls here. As we start to let these pigs out, let's put our hands together. This is a really deep class. Be really fun to sort. Congratulations to these kids as they go back to their pens. Where's yours at? Oh, he's gone. Yeah, he needed to be a little looser, I believe. Yeah, got a little tight out of his hip and hind leg.
At this time, if we can have our Class 9 first and second place winners start making their way back to the holding pen. Class 9 first and second place, please start making your way back to the holding pen. Class 9, first and second. This is your second call. Back to the holding pen. Class 9, white OPB. This is your second call for first and seconds. Back to the holding pen.
I absolutely love this pair of hogs that we have here. It's very special, very elite, very hard to make, and between the two of them, there's one that I think just reads just a little bit tougher. I think he's bigger skulled. I think he's bigger in his shoulder and chest. I think he comes and goes with more natural spread and width as you start to study the front and back of their skeleton. Both of them are blended so well from the side. Their skeletons are spot on. I love the set and angulation to their hip and hind leg. Young lady over here is going to have her class winner. Congratulations to her. Just study that one at the arena surface and then go up. Big-footed, big-armed, big-chested, really square coming and going. Just as impressive when you get up on top of him. She comes up and out of the part of his blade extremely well. So fresh right there through his foreloin. Keeps that freshness right down his back, lying into his hip and rump. Got a good stout skull with a good clean neck. That's just a really elite piece of livestock that's very deserving of this class win. Just an absolute sexy one that comes into the second hole, so effortless in motion. I love the extra bend to this Barrow's hind leg. He's another one that just is so good in his proportions, tall shouldered, short bodied, really fresh backed. In comparison to our class winner, he doesn't come quite as good up front. Gets just a little bit more narrow in relation to our class winner. I didn't see him as big in his shoulder. I didn't see him as big and explosive in the upper part of his body. But my goodness, is that an ever good one in terms of just good built, flexible, fun to look at, and just so seamless in the way that he's made. I'll take him like the Barrow in 3 all day long. Just a shapely market hog that's got a good hind leg laid into him. I didn't see this one quite as good in the front third of his body. I didn't see him as impressive when you get in behind him and just study the squareness, hip hop to ground. But I did think that his hind leg and his bone work was a fraction better as we got into the Barrow in 4. The hog in 4 is very shapely. One of the bigger backed hogs in this particular drive. At the same time, this is another one, as you get off from the side, this is the one that just didn't quite organize as well. Got just a little bit thicker fronted, a little more off in terms of his hip. Just didn't see the parts and pieces blending quite as well in him as we got into the top 3. But I still thought that his bone work and just his hind leg was a fraction better as we got into the barrel that drops out next. This is another one that's just ate up with chest and bone and really a big bladed hog. At the same time, this is one that gets just a little bit tighter in the way that he handles his hip and hind leg. Just didn't see the correctness off his rear tube, brings it in, got just a little bit more robotic in the range of motion in that guy, but the front 2/3 of him is awfully good. Another extreme one that comes out next, very, very good and impressive in the upper part of this guy's skeleton. As I set this one in motion, I didn't see him quite as loose or mobile. I didn't see him as stout right there at the arena surface. For all that he had up high, I wanted his bones to go ahead and match. A really solid one that drops out next, and this is another one that gets just a little bit softer footed, a little more in at his knee. He's not as comfortable on either end of his body, starting to push out of his shoulder as you study him in motion. 8, 9, and 10 are still very quality bears. Landed in an extremely tough class, maybe the toughest class we've seen all day. Awesome weight again. Congratulations to them all.
We will now have our breed champion for the white OPBs. From Class 9, Riley Campbell, Hale County 4-H. And your class winner from Class 10, Addison Horton from Farmersville, FFA.
Love these two class winners, and quite frankly, this is just good livestock. No matter where your priorities are or where you're at in the trends, these are just good animals. They're built right. They look like show hogs. Their proportions are spot on. I think in terms of width and shape and power, they all got plenty. And then between the two of them, I guess there's one that just looks just a little bit manlier as you start to study these two at the arena surface. So good in his foot, so strong in his ankle, so stout in his arm. I love the extra bend and flex that he has off of his rear, too. Really an impressive hog. Young ladies, Heavy's going to have your champion. Congratulations.
Your champion white OPB comes from Class 10, Addison Horton, Farmersville, FFA. Coming into the ring is second place, Leighton Phillips, Wiley Abilene, FFA.
Drop the barrel on second out, and obviously he gets right into the mix and becomes an immediate contender. This barrel is just so fun to look at. I love just the seamless build. I love the youthfulness that he has through his head and neck, the length of his hip, the way that he utilizes his hind leg. Like I mentioned just a few moments ago, I didn't read him quite as burly through the front part of his body, but that's still a very, very elite one. Young man's barrel that comes out of the first class is maxed out up high. Maybe don't quite bone up and stouten as well as those two heavies. Close call. I like the better built, better looking one. Young ladies, reserve is going to be right here.
Your reserve champion, white OPB, is Leighton Phillips, Wiley Abilene, FFA. Your results from Class 10. In first place, Addison Horton, Farmersville, FFA. The breeder of their animal, Canacey Show Pigs. Second place, Leighton Phillips, Wiley Abilene, FFA. Their breeder of the pig, Canacey Show Pigs. Third place, Brendel Harper, Lamb County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Byers Farms. Fourth place, Colton Campbell, Hale County 4-H. Bred by Campbell Farms. Fifth place, Chesney Ferris, Nazareth FFA. Animal bred by BRS Hog Farm. Sixth place, Owen Seidenberger, Glasscock County 4-H. Animal bred by Byers Farms. Seventh place, Dylan Muhlstein, Stamford FFA. Animal bred by Byers Farms. Eighth place, Macy Powell, Jordanton FFA. Animal bred by Canacey Show Pigs. Ninth place, Helen Dudley, New Braunfels FFA. Animal bred by Maxwell Showtime Show Pigs. And 10th place, Jagger Collier, Snyder FFA, animal bred by Byers Farms. At this time, we will take a 30-minute lunch break, and we will begin with Class 11 Hamps. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. If we can have parents or representatives of the champion and reserve champion white OPB to report to the drug testing area, please. Class 11 Hamps, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 11 Hamps, first call to the show ring, please. Class 11 Hamps, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 11, second call to the show ring, please. Class 11, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 12 Hamps, first call to the show ring. Class 12, first call to the show ring, please.
Really an awesome way to get back into the show, and this is deep waters all the way through, and I still have some out here that men are just so close. Young lady's barrel going across is a very dense backed one that has got just a lot of product working in him. Maybe gets just a little bit rounder in terms of his muscle type. Wants to search outside himself just a fraction when he get in behind him. Got a good look one here that just runs out of bone and structure. Got a really carcass-oriented lean-made one here that gets just a little bit more rigid right there in his hamloin hookup. Maybe just doesn't go as well as you put that one on motion. And got a pair of them here that just need just a little bit more as you start to study them up high. Great class, folks. Let's put our hands together for these kids as they head back to their pens.
Class 12, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 12 Hamps, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
Awesome trio of barrows to get us started, and we land on one that honestly is the combination of the other two. So good in terms of just freshness and readiness. Love the top side power of this guy. So descript there on the back side of his shoulder. He comes up and out of his blade bolder and truer and squarer than the other two. He keeps a good turn to the center part of his rib and body. So fresh in his back line. He keeps things square and true as you start to study him underneath. He's good in his chest. He's secure in his hock placement. Just a good scold, good proportioned, elite looking one to go ahead and lead with and set a good pattern for this Hampshire drive. Spent more time between second and third, and I think that's is where it is. That's the debate. That's the challenge. Ultimately, the barrel that edges out the hog in 3 is one that just has more to him. Denser bodied or denser boned, bigger footed, and probably just reads with more feature and just more genuine shape and muscle when you get on the top side of him. Is his hind leg perfect? No. He wants to roll and pressure just a fraction his outer heel and just doesn't plant as secure as our class winner. I'd like to just open him up through his upper rib and body to make him more ideal, but that's a unique look with big legs and a sharp, denser back than the barrel that comes into the 3-hole. The hog in 3 is safer. I think that we can easily see that between those two. He's a safer built one that's certainly very loose and flexible on each end of his body. As I go back and forth, I didn't read him as stout and rugged in terms of his bone work. I didn't see him as descript there on the backside of his loin and blade. And he, too, wants to pressure up just a little bit when you get in behind him. He, too, wants to get just a little bit flatter in terms of the body shape there into him. But he's certainly safer as you just start to study the general make of that particular barrel. And it was because of that safeness and squareness going away is what I thought beat the barrel that comes next. And this one definitely has more to him. He's rounder in his body. He's thicker in the upper part of his skeleton. As I get in behind that barrel, that's another that maybe wants to plant with just a little bit more harshness in the way that he utilizes his rear leg. He, too, wants to get there on the outside of his body wall. Front 2/3 of him is an absolute killer. Just needs to change the back third to make him a stronger contender in this particular class. I wish I had a set of sows that had his hip, his hind leg placement, and just that type of toughness and that type of ruggedness of rear leg bone. That is an incredible rear leg that can go and move in action. As I just step back and look at him, he reads just a little bit lower set. He's a little bit quicker in kind. As I start to study the front third of his body, he wants to flicker out of his front 2, wants to narrow as he goes towards the arena surface. I didn't see him as clean crested. I didn't see him as shapely in the upper part of his body. Now, that's not the case for the barrel that comes next. This is another good-looking, tall-fronted one. Young man's done an awesome job of getting this one prepared. He, too, wants to get just a little bit different as you study him out of his hip and hock, a little more robotic, a little softer there on those front 2, wants to pigeon as you watch him come right at you. Another one that comes out of the gate that's really dense in terms of just his skin and hair texture. I didn't see him as dimensional. His blade gets just a little bit rounder and flatter, wants to get just a little bit narrow as he goes towards the arena surface. 8, 9, and 10 are still very quality animals. Maybe got just a little bit different in terms of their skeleton. This one gets just a little bit tender-footed. This one wants to get just a little bit more swivel in terms of his hip and hock. This one gets just a little bit outside himself as you get in behind him. Fun class, great way to start. Congratulations to them all.
Your results from Class 11 Hampshires. In first place, Kendall Garduno, Wink FFA, breeder of that animal, Clay Farms. Second place, Lawson Canales, Sinton FFA, breeder of that animal, C&P Livestock. Third place, Memory Hatcher, Blue Ridge FFA, breeder of that animal was Blunt Farms. Fourth place, Hallie Hawkins, Livingston FFA, breeder of their animal, Cornerstone Ventures. Fifth place, Ava Thompson, Freestone County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Wintex Farms. 6th place, Blake Taylor, Santa Ana FFA, bred by C-Bar C Show Pigs. 7th place, Talon Garduno, Wink FFA, bred by The Stud. 8th place, Mallory Majors, Magnolia FFA, breeder Fisher Show Pigs. 9th place, Josie Johnson, East Central FFA, breeder John Moyers. And 10th place, Braxton Ritter of Carson County 4-H, breeder Clay Farms. Class 13, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 13 Hamps, first call to the show ring. Just a reminder in the barn, all first through third placings must take a picture in front of the backdrop right as they leave the alley. All first through third placings must take a picture with the Rodeo Austin backdrop.
Another awesome class of Hampshires. The young man here closest to me would be the next to go, and that's a very sharp-backed one that gets just a little tight on each end of his body. Maybe just doesn't quite bone up as well as a couple of these others. We've got 2 or 3 of these hogs out here that, as you just study their motion, I think just gets just a little bit too upright on each end of their body. I didn't read a couple of these as wide or as fresh or as full as a couple that we went ahead and pinned. Still a really good class with a lot of good hogs, and these kids are doing an awesome job as well. Folks, let's put our hands together for these kids as they head back to their pens.
Class 13 Hams, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 13, second call to the show ring, please. Class 13, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 13, third and final call.
challenging class. And I think this pair of hogs maybe come to me with just fewer question marks. I think these are the safer ones. I think this pair brings the most athleticism and build and comfort level to the table, realizing that I'm wanting to give just each of them a shot of structure and maybe change the front toe on one and change the skull shape on this other. So it's not easy, and I think there's some challenges all the way through this particular drive. The one that I continue to be the most comfortable with is the young lady's hog here to my left. He's going to have our class winner. Congratulations to her. He's flat-faced, and I would love to give him just a little bit of jawbone, but in terms of just a good-built, sound-made, square-made, this is one that I think does it extremely well. I do like the upper skeleton just a fraction better in the Barrow in second. Boulder up high, rounder in his upper rib, probably is just a little bit more maxed out there. At the same time, study that one going towards the arena surface, and that's one that gets just a little bit different off of his front tube, maybe gets just a little softer there, wants to knee in, and just doesn't read quite as true chest knee to ground. He too isn't the stoutest as you start to study the rear leg bone in him. His hip and hind leg and his body shape and his secureness of hog placement is what allows him to go over the Barrow in 3. The Barrow in 3 is probably the funnest to look at. I love this one's skull. I prefer this one's silhouette from the side. Unfortunately, this is one that gets just a little more closed up high. He wants to get his hock a little bit wider than his body wall as you step in behind him. But in terms of bone and feature and just that type of a seamless build, that's the one that you gravitate towards. Just didn't see his hock quite as good as you step in behind him. But because of his presence and bone, it's what allowed him to go over the hog that comes out next. And this one is the most extreme. This is the biggest back barrel. This is the one that comes with the most bell and whistle as you start to study the upper part of his body. At the same time, of the top of this particular drive, this one reads the most upright. He's the most forward in his blade. He's the shortest and steepest about his hip. He's the one that just doesn't utilize his hind leg as well as you start to study him. But because of his upper skeleton, it's what allowed him to go over the barrel coming next. This one coming next is just another freak on a leash, big-chested, big-shouldered hog that he too wants to get just a little bit more upright on each end of his body, wants to shove his shoulder just a little bit more than I deem ideal. I'd like to drop him in his body and flank to make him more ideal. The young lady coming next has got another one that probably excels there, probably reads just to be a little bit softer through the center part of his rib. At the same time, I didn't see this barrel balancing as well. I didn't see him as square in his pattern. Didn't see him as good in terms of his bone and feature. As we let the remaining hogs go, these are still very good animals. Again, as I put several of these in motion, I start to have just a few more question marks in terms of flexibility, feet and legs, and squareness. Still, these are very quality hogs. Awesome job all the way through. Congratulations to them all.
Your Class 12 Hampshire results: in first place, Eliana Harlan, Travis County 4-H. Breeder, Lindner Show Pigs. Second place, Dylan Dick, Llano County 4-H. Breeder, Lindner Show Pigs. Third place, Jacob Kudos, Randall County 4-H. Breeder, Kip Smith Show Pigs. Fourth place, Callan Forster, Shallow Water FFA. Breeder was Brockman Farms. Fifth place, Philip Callan Smith from Lynn County 4-H. Their breeder was Robbie Phillips. Sixth place, Mason Rayburn of Hamilton FFA. Their breeder was Thomas Show Pigs. Seventh place, Chloe Rathel of Stamford FFA. Their breeder was DL Show Pigs. Eighth place, Briley Davis of Medina County 4-H. Their breeder was Lackey Livestock. Ninth place, Axton Burrows of Graham FFA. The breeder of their animal was TP Show Pigs. And 10th place, Sheriff Jones of Brownwood FFA. Their breeder was Matas Show Pigs. Class 14, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 14, Hamps to the show ring. First call. Just a reminder, any first through third placings need to get a picture of the backdrop. If you would like your picture taken, please notify the attendees in the alley and they will get you into the backdrop. But first through third must take their picture. Also, any breed champions and reserve breed champions that were issued a bio, please turn those in to the announcer's table.
Another neat class. I think we've got 11 back there, and we still have room to do several more and not hurt the quality at all. There are some very shapely hogs in here that just need to go better. As you study them on the move, we've got a real power hog here that wants to jam up just a little bit on each end of his body. Didn't read him as fresh in his overall appearance. Another shapely backed hog here that just wants to swivel and hinge just a little bit tighter as you put that one in motion. Got a real good outline barrow here that is kind of big and pretty, but just reads a little flatter and more narrow as you study him underneath. Young lady here's done an awesome job of getting that one prepared. Great hair and skin. That's another one that maybe just wants to run out of gas up front. Gets just a little bit smaller in terms of foot and bone as you work that one towards the ground. Like I said, lots of good pigs in here. Just a place or two that keep them from grabbing a pin. Folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for these kids as they head back to their pens.
Class 14, this is your second call of the Hamps. Bring to the show ring. Class 14, second call to the show ring. Class 14, just your third and final call to the show ring. Class 14, third and final call.
Absolutely awesome class, and man, it's close and tight all the way through with each of these pairs. And between the two, and these are the two that just continue to hit me the hardest and bring the most to the table. I think these two push some limits in a couple of places, and I think that's okay. I think that's a good thing. I think that's what has brought us here as an industry. But I do think that we need to ask ourselves, are we okay in those areas? And I'll talk through what I'm seeing and what I feel. My class winner is the one that, in my opinion, is the most memorable in the way that he's made from the side. He's the one that is the hardest to forget. He's the one that's the most unique, the most special in his presence. He has an incredible front arm and front leg assembly. His blade system is almost absolutely perfect. Square, bold, angulated, just absolute perfect and right. Square and bold up high. Incredible skull, incredible neck and jawline with a round rib and a fresh back. Young lady in yellow is going to have our class winner. Congratulations to her. Now that fun rascal doesn't go without a couple of places that we need to pick on him on. If you call us Hawk perfectly square, then we would have been done 10 minutes ago. And that's the thing that I had to question. Is it okay? Is it acceptable? I would like to just modify and tweak him ever so slightly when you step in behind him. He uses it great. He bends it fine. He maybe just flirts with that line that we all draw. But he was so much better everywhere else in terms of presence and profile and front arm, and then just that good body shape with an incredible skull. That's what allowed him to win. Now the Barrow in second probably has just a little bit more of a secure, a little more square hind leg as you get in behind him. He's another dense made rascal that's got a lot of product working in the upper part of his skeleton. Great in his body. I love the natural feel that's laid into him. So fresh and well presented. I didn't see him quite as fancy in the way that he's put together from his side. A little deeper tying in his neck, a little chubbier right there on the top part of his pole. Maybe just not as classed out and tricked out as our class winner. Maybe even not quite as stout as you start to study him there. But man, that's a very neat looking barrow that certainly has a tremendous amount of value. And it was because of his density, his ruggedness, and then just that extra freshness is what allowed him to go over the Barrow in 3. The Barrow in 3 is naturally taller fronted and larger scaled, and I appreciate that. That's another big arm barrow. I didn't see his head and neck matching the back part of his body. He's got a big shoulder and a round rib and a powerful hip, and then he's just a little flatter and sissier about his skull, a little deeper tying and throatier about his jawline. And I just didn't see quite the profile that we had in 1 and 2. But it was because of his build, his power, and his chest is what allowed him to go over the Barrow coming next. This is another powerfully ended hog that wants to get just a little bit neat, different in the way that his neck ties in, a little crestier there on the top part of his pole, a little slicker jawed, and just not the roundness of body that we had in the upper part of the class. But I love his length of hip, I love his hind leg, and just that type of power when you get in behind him. Another one that is tricked out in terms of shape and power. He's another one that's just a little lower set at his shoulder. I didn't see this bear blending as well as he studied him from the side. He wants to tie his neck just a little deeper, gets just a little bit meatier right there on the top part of his pole. Hamloin hookup doesn't read as smooth, a little softer footed, like I said, just a little piecier in a place or two. But man, he is great in terms of hair and skin, bone, shape, muscle. It's all spot on with that particular guy. Love the body shape in this guy. Love the power that he has when you get in behind him. I read this guy as a little rounder hipped, a little rounder shouldered, a little plainer faced. But in terms of body shape and thickness, man, that guy is lights out. Young lady did an awesome job of getting that one presented. A cool fronted one here that gets just a little tighter bodied and tighter hipped as we let the remaining hogs go. These are hogs that maybe run into a few more problems as you start to put them in motion. Still, some very awesome projects for these young people. That was a tough class all the way through. Congratulations to them all as they head back to their pens.
Your results from Class 13. First place, Addison Walzer, Fort Elliott FFA, animal bred by Hot Rod Genetics. Second place, Madison Rice, Gonzales County 4-H. Breeder was Lindner Show Pigs. Third place, Peyton Easter from Tahoka FFA, animal bred by Lackey Livestock. Fourth place, Cameron Craddock of Howe FFA. Breeder was Clay Farms. Fifth place, Dax Tiekelman from the Gin Ned FFA. The breeder of that animal was Underdog Genetics. Sixth place, Quinlan Taylor, Bandera County 4-H. Breeder of their animal was Lindner Show Pigs. Seventh place, Blaine Willis, Follett FFA. Animal was bred by Young Livestock. Eighth place, Roxton Stone, Martin County 4-H. Bred by The Stud. Ninth place, Brody Letts from the Haskell FFA. Their breeder was BRS Show Pigs. And 10th place, Jaden Vanisdahl of Canyon Lake FFA. And their pig was bred by Lackey Livestock. At this time, Class 15, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 15, first call to the show ring.
Got a real good looking one there that gets just a little bit more refined in his bone work and maybe just doesn't hinge his hind leg quite as well. A real heavy-legged one here that wants to round out and narrow as he get in behind him. A harsh-made one there that just didn't quite have the flex out of his rear too that it ideally need to see a couple of here that get just a little bit skinnier and flatter as you study them there through the center part of their body. But all that being said, they're still good pigs. They're good looking. They've been cared for, and obviously they've gotten to this market weight point. So a great job. It's unfortunate. It's a very competitive class. So folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for these kids as they exit their pen.
Class 15, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 15, second call to the show ring. Class 15, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 15, third and final call to the show ring. Creeley Metter, Randall County 4-H, please bring your animal to the show ring.
Just an incredible class, top to bottom, and I land on this pair, and I probably land on it rather quickly, and then from there, between the two of them, as much as I like the pair, as much as I like the class, there's one I like that much more, and I'm not very good at a poker face. I think that great livestock, elite livestock should be promoted. It should be touted, and man, whenever you find things that you like, man, you ought to praise it and really get revved up about it, because that's what this deal's about. So I really like this bear a good amount. Congratulations to this young man. Love just the silhouette and the presence, the show bearer proportions that he has, a killer skull that's laid into him with just a drop-dead gorgeous jawline, and then he transmits that into such a square blade, square back. He's got a good, genuine, hard muscle that's laid into the backside of his shoulder. He keeps that squareness all down his back line, tremendously square out of his hip. He gives away from you with a very square and functional kind of a hind leg, big feet, big legs with a square rib cage, just a really intriguing, elite looking one. He doesn't go without fault. We can pick on him just a little bit up front, but man, that's a very neat, elite looking one that I think is a very logical place to start. And I say that with the utmost respect to the young ladies Barrow in second, because this thing has got some really far-reaching pieces. He is an absolute monster up high. So much spread and so much dimension and power that's laid into him. I didn't read him quite as fun in the way that he's put together. Gets just a little bit different in the way that he handles his hip and hind leg. Wants to hinge just a little bit more east and west. Maybe not quite as fancy through the front third of his body as I go back and forth. But in terms of chest, body, and just upper skeletal power, man, that thing is an absolute monster. And it was because of those extreme pieces is what allows him to go over the Barrow in 3. The hog in 3 doesn't read as stout right there at the arena surface. Gets just a little bit more ordinary through the front third of his body. He's another barrel that maybe tapers out of his hip, throws him off just a fraction as you start to study him there from the side. I don't know if he just planted and flexed his hawk past his tail quite as good as I did dearly like to see, but that's awfully critical of a one that's so good in his hair and skin, so good in his body and feel, and just a very fresh and very well prepared kind of a barrel that was very worthy of being in the upper part of this class. I like a lot of things about the barrel that we drop out next. This is another one that maybe just doesn't come together as good from the side. Gets just a little bit looser there in his top line. Gets just a little thicker necked. Maybe wants to get just a little bit different in the way that he handles his front toes. Like the strengthening there, maybe opening there. I think that would just balance the boldness that he had up high with the narrowness that he had down low. A real sharp-backed one that comes out of the gate next. I love that type of genuine shape and muscle that's laid into him. He wants to read just a little bit more rigid on each end of his body. Gets just a little bit thicker skulled and coarser fronted. I didn't see his neck blending quite as well. Threw him off from a balance perspective. I tried to work this one up as high as I could, because he's got a good strong foot and a big stout arm and a good genuine hard back that's laid into him. I studied this guy coming and going, and he wants to flatten and narrow. I didn't see him as full or round through the center part of his rib. I didn't see him as full and thick as he got in behind him. The young lady in black has got another one that's been very well cared for. Gets just a little bit more mature through the front third of his body. Gets just a little bit more robotic in the way that he moves. 8, 9, and 10 are still very quality hogs. Run into a few more problems structurally as he set them in motion. Awesome class all the way through. My compliments to all these kids as they head back to their pens.
Your results from Class 14. In first place, Trey Canales, Odom FFA. Breeder of their animal was C&P Livestock. Second place, Sayla Salmons, Parker County 4-H. Breeder of that animal, Brockman Farms. Third place, Madison Bailey, Burke Burnett FFA. Their breeder was Young Livestock. Fourth place, Sierra Lackey, Kerr County 4-H. Breeder of their animal was Lindner Show Pigs. Fifth place, Mila Mihalik, Wharton County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Cornerstone Ventures. Sixth place, Slade Scroggins, Dawson County 4-H. Their breeder was Maxwell Showtime Show Pigs. Seventh place, Tracy Shackelford, North Hopkins FFA. Their breeder were Brockman Farms. Eighth place, Laney Cook from New Home FFA. Breeder of their animal came from Clay Farms. Ninth place, Tristan Arthur, O'Donnell FFA. Their breeder was DL Show Pigs. 10th place, Wyatt Winfrey from Brock FFA. The breeder of their animal came from Tex-Mex Genetics. At this time, I want to name off a handful of individuals that are part of our Rodeo Austin Swine Committee. Without their help, we could not have this exposition today. Starting off, we have Shirley Pruitt, Bob Bishop, Bobby Bishop, Yvonne Foster, Nita Chompanich, Vernon Hottie, Sheila Barella, April Turbay, Joe Turbay, Gina Valdez, Donna Wallace, Colton Cook, Dusty Kiggins, Marie Pesh, and Diane Hagan, just to name a few. If you wouldn't mind, let's give these individuals a round of applause and thank you for their time, their diligence, and their volunteer to help make this show the best one there is.
I think this may be the biggest class we've had so far, and man, the quality really follows that. Lots of good hogs still left out in here. I think maybe body and dimension become a little bit more of a factor as a whole. I can pick out 4 or 5 of these that just need to have just more body shape and dimension through the center part of the rib. We've got 4 or 5 of these right through here that want to get just a little bit more laborsome as you start to put them in motion. Got a couple that get just a little bit skinnier up high that just need to be cracked open there through the upper part of their blade and rib. Still some really good projects for these young people. Folks, if you would, put your hands together for these kids as they head back to their pens.
Class 16, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 16, first call to the show ring. Class 16, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 16, second call to the show ring, please. Class 16, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Third and final calls. Class 16 to the show ring, please.
The most memorable, the most unique, the Barrow that I think is the coolest in terms of his jawline and skull is going to win this particular pair. Young man, you've got it. Congratulations. Just study the presence of that guy. He's so good in his lines. He's so seamless in his build and proportionality. Just an absolute rock star through his head and neck, and just how clean and youthful he is right there on the top part of his pole. He transmits that into a really square and flexible kind of a blade reaches and goes out of his front two, extremely soft and easy. He comes at you true. You get up on top of him, and there's a strong, sharp foreloin laid into him. He keeps that shape and freshness into his hip and rump. He works and actions off of a really big and stout hind leg that bends and flexes like it's supposed to. Just a really modern day 2022 show bearer that suits me awfully well. I didn't see the neckline. I didn't see the feature. I didn't see the overall presence in this bear as we got into the barrel that wins this drive. But give credit where credit due. He's an absolute monster up high. I love his boldness of blade and shoulder. I love his genuine shape and thickness of back and hip and rump. He's too comes at you bold. He leaves you bold. Everything runs north and south. I just didn't see the neckline. I just didn't see the skull shape as I went back and forth. But that's extremely critical of a very high-class, elite-looking show bearer that is very deserving of the upper part of this class. There was more extension. There was more leanness of neck and crest in him as we got into the Barrow in 3. The hog in 3 is probably a rib shorter and a nickel taller fronted, and I prefer that type of proportionality. At the same time, I didn't see him as big in his foot size. He got just a little smaller in his ankle, a little throatier right there through his jawline and crest. I'd like to just peel just a little bit off of him through there to make him more ideal. But from the shoulders back, man, there's a lot of good. And it was because of his body shape and his strength of lines is what allowed him to go over the Barrow in 4. The hog in 4th gets just a little piecier in the way that he's made. Gets just a little thicker necked, a little tighter and right there in the center part of his spine. He drops out of his hip and maybe tucks and ducks off of his rear too, just a little more than I deem ideal. But he's whiskey barrel ribbed, he's fresh backed, he's powerfully hipped, and he can motor. Just not quite the extras and not quite the presence and pattern that we had in the upper part of the class. This one is leveler topped and stronger there to his loin and hip. At the same time, he gets just a little flatter and harsher bodied, a little bit different in the way that his head and neck ties in. He too maybe wants to get just a little bit different as you get in behind him, rolling his hock ever so slightly. But man, that's a very carcass-oriented, shapely made one that, again, is a very high caliber bear in his own right. This one does have a bigger cage and a bigger end as we get into him. At the same time, that's another one that maybe gets just a little bit different in the way that he handles his rear tube. I didn't see him quite as square, didn't see him as fancy through the front third of his body. The young lady's bear that comes out is another one that's very attractive and very fresh, a little harsher bodied, a little flatter ribbed, not quite the openness of chest and base that we had in the upper part of the class. 8, 9, and 10 are still very quality bears. The young lady's hog coming his next is a big bodied hog that rounds out of his hip, gets just a little tighter on the move. Same could be said about 9 and 10. These are still very powerfully made hogs that just didn't quite have the flexibility or the skeleton to move any higher today. Fun class to sort. Really a close call here on that top pair. Like that class winner a good deal. Congratulations to them all.
Your results from Class 15, first place, Connor Pence from Very Best FFA. Their animal was bred by Young Livestock. Second place, Liston Makic of Abbott FFA. Their pig was bred by The Stud. In third place, Elena Shupak of Austin County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Brockman Farms. Fourth place, Hallie Stojanek, from Rogers FFA. Their animal was bred by Wintex Farms. Fifth place, Colt Carpenter of Whitesboro FFA. Their breeder was Sneaker Farms. Sixth place, Flora Appleton, McCulloch County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Seventh place, Peyton Go of Needville FFA. Their animal was bred by Brockman Farms. Eighth place, Creeley Metter of Randall County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Ninth place, Reed Powell of Jordanton FFA. Their animal was bred by Brockman Farms. 10th place, Elizabeth Babb of Snyder FFA, and their animal was bred by Lackey Livestock. Class 17. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 17. First call to the show ring, please. Just as a reminder, if you were a breed champion or reserve breed champion, we are still missing a handful of bios. Please get those turned in to the announcer's desk.
This young man to my left would be the next one to go grab a pin. Good looking and has got some muscle and shape. Maybe reads just a little drier and harsher bodied and a little more mature through the front third of his skeleton. But man, that's a bear that's very, very close. Got a really powerfully middled hog here that has got a big old fat cage that's laid into him. Gets just a little bit quicker in his step and a little shorter and jammed up on each end of his body, but man, the center part of him and just the hair and skin and presentation is very, very good in that pig. Got a couple right through here that get just a little bit tighter made. I wish I could just loosen and lengthen the step on that particular bear. Got a big scaled hog here that maybe needed to go up a class or two just to go ahead and fit and balance just a fraction better. Still really good pigs through here. Folks, if you would, please put your hands together for these kids as they head back to their pens.
Class 17, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 17, second call to the show ring, please. Class 17, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 17, third and final call to the show ring.
I think we'll always struggle with just trying to find that fine line of keeping them young looking and still stout. Beauty and the Beast does not come in the same package very often, and when it does, you always have something pretty special. So trying to get them stout and keep them pretty is a very challenging thing. Honestly, it probably just doesn't make sense to do it, but us show hog folks, we like to do things that are not so easy. So that comes a factor in this particular pair. My initial sort, I thought one maybe was starting to look just a little older than what I wanted, and maybe it's just not quite as edged out there on the backside of his shoulder. But man, the longer you break that sucker down, he is just so stout and so rugged and so square and so flexible and so good in terms of his proportions and body length and height and shoulder. I would like to maybe see him look a little younger through his throat line. I would like to just edge him just a little bit there on the backside of his shoulder. But man, he is so good in so many places. He's just simply stouter and tougher than the Barrow in second. Young lady, you've got our class win. Congratulations. The hog in second is fancier. He is funner to look at. He probably has just a little bit cooler look through the front third of his body. Probably even holds just a notch more freshness there on the backside of his shoulder. I didn't see him as bold up front. I didn't see him as big in his arm or as big in his foot. I didn't see him as round through the center part of his rib. Bottom line, just not as much hog in that particular barrel. If you think that he needs to win because he's younger and a little fresher loin, I wouldn't have a great deal of argument. That's why I pumped the brakes and took just a little bit more time. That was not a very easy decision, a very close decision. I still thought that his athleticism and just his length and proportions was a fraction better than the barrel that comes next. The barrel coming in 3 is a lot like the barrel right above him in terms of upper skeleton. I love his back loin, and I love his freshness that he has. At the same time, of the initial trio of bears, this is the one that maybe wants to get just a little harsher bodied, a little more upright in his shoulder, maybe just doesn't quite bend his hind leg quite as good as 1 or 2, but up high, he's an absolute monster. I love that type of a loin shape that's laid into him and still can go plenty good. Just landed in a very tough class. Another one that's dialed in and fitted to a T. This one might be just a little bit more appropriate in terms of body length. I love that type of proportionality from the side. I run into a few more problems as I start to study from the shoulders forward. This is a barrel that gets just a little longer and flatter faced, a little thicker and wastier through the jawline and throat latch of that particular hog. But from the shoulders back, man, that thing is a good rascal. This is a little bit different through the front third of his body. And it was because of his chest, his body, his upper skeleton, and bone that allowed him to come over the barrel coming next. This is another one that's so good up high. A young lady's done a tremendous job on hair and skin and just fitness. I mean, that is a very fresh body and a very fresh loin that's laid into that particular hog. I didn't read that one quite as good through the front third of his skeleton. Got just a little pudgier faced, a little thicker necked, maybe reads to be just a little bit rounder in terms of his hip design. And then for all the shape and all the stuff that he has up high, I didn't see his bone work to go ahead and match in this particular class. I like to strengthen him in terms of bone, strengthen him in terms of his front feet, certainly make a stronger case for getting that particular hog higher. His upper skeleton is what trumped the barrel coming next. This one probably does have just a shot more down low. I didn't see him quite as good through his face, didn't see him quite as good in his upper blade and rib, but that's still a good looking, sound, practical barrel that landed in a very tough class. Lady in Pink comes out with a big-bodied one that's, again, very well prepared, very tricked out up high. Gets just a little shorter and steeper rump, a little quicker in terms of his overall step and movement. More than anything, I just like to lengthen and square his hip as you start to study him going away. 8, 9, and 10 are still very good bears. Run into a few more problems structurally as you start to set them in motion. Really a fun class, just an absolute hornet's nest all the way through. My compliments to them all as they head back.
The results for Class 16, first place, was Riley Christian of Wise County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Justin Lacey. Second place, Shaylee Dunham of the Haskell FFA. Their animal was bred by BRS Hog Farm. Third place, Bryn Fort of Burke Burnett FFA. That animal was bred by Fisher Show Pigs. Fourth place, Kendall Shackelford, North Hopkins FFA. Their animal came from Brockman Farms. Fifth place, Callie Erfurth of Southwest FFA. That animal was bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Sixth place, Cameron Clift of Groover FFA. That animal was bred by BRS Hog Farm. Seventh place, Michaela Myers, Vernon FFA. Animal came from Clay Farms. Eighth place, Brooke Myers, Vernon FFA. That animal was bred by Kennebra Show Pigs. Ninth place, Grace Dean from Jim Ned FFA. That animal came from Underdog Genetics. 10th place, Creed Cluck of Swisher County 4-H. And that animal was bred by S2 Genetics. Attention in the barn at this time. If we can get our first and second placings from class 11 through 16, start heading your way to the show ring. This is your first call, first and second placings from classes 11 through 16. Start making your way to the show ring. As a reminder, there will be a way back.
Another awesome class, and we've got several pulled back and could do several more. I've got some muscle hogs that get just a little bit tight, and then we've got 2 or 3 of them that look like we're fighting weight just a little bit, getting a little drier bodied, a little bigger in scale, maybe wanting to narrow and flatten because of that, but still yet very good pigs. This hog is close, gets just a little bit more narrow as you watch that one come right at you, a little slicker in his jaw. Again, a great set of pigs, great set of kids. If you would, let's put our hands together for these kids as they exit the ring.
If you were first or second in classes 11 through 16 Hamps, this is your second call to the show barn. First or second in classes 11 through 16, please make your way to the arena. This is your second call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these two ladies a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
just an incredible way to wrap up the Hampshire division. It's been wicked all the way through, and spent obviously lots of time on how this particular trio needed to go. Ultimately, the stoutest and maybe just the most out there barrow that was in this class comes to the surface and had a hard time getting off of him. That's just a very tough built barrow that comes and goes with a great amount of width and squareness and shape and power and density. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he is the most effortless in terms of his motion, and I'm not going to say that he's the youngest looking pig that we've seen through the front third of his body, but I guess if I could find one that had his structure, his body shape, his power, and just his squareness of build with a better, younger kind of a look, we would be talking about him instead. Unfortunately, we don't. The one that was the most like it and the one that probably gave him the hardest push was the barrow here in second. This one probably comes out of the backside of his blade with just a notch more edge and shape, maybe even has a younger, more youthful kind of a look through the front third of his body. Obviously not as stout, not as opened up, and just not as burly there through the under part of his body. I love him up high, and I love his flexibility. The Hogan 3 is an absolute show pony. This one, without question, does have the funnest and the fanciest look through the front third of his body. Incredible hair and skin presentation. I love the composition. I love the freshness of loin, the natural feel of body. At the same time, that's a barrel that wants to get just a little bit flatter in his upper rib. It doesn't quite go to the surface as with as much foot and structure as we had in the upper part of the drive, but his athleticism, his presence is spot on good. The young barrow that comes out next, and this is one of the more moderately sized ones, ultra stout and ultra rugged, gets just a little rounder hipped, maybe just doesn't read quite as fresh and youthful as a couple of those right above him. More than anything, I just like to change his hip design, maybe allow his hock to push past his tail with just a little bit more ease as you start to study him on the move. Really a wide-chested hog that drops out of the gate next. Wide up front, a big powerful hip when you get him behind him. I didn't see his feet and legs as comfortable on either end. Wants to shuffle just a little bit out of his shoulder, wants to get his hog just a little bit wider. Didn't see the bone to match the mass that he had up high as you start to study top to bottom. Off belt the barrel that drops out of the gate next, and this is another one that is very well prepared and very attractive and good sculled. At the same time, that's a barrel that wants to get just a little bit tighter hipped, wants to shuffle off of his rear too. Didn't seem quite as good from the side, didn't seem quite as good out of his rump. As we let the remaining hogs go, these are still very impressive animals. Run into a few more question marks as you start to study them in motion. Maybe just balance didn't quite come together for them. Still a really great class to end on. My compliments to them all as they head back.
At this time, we will go into our breed drive for the Hamps. From Class 1, we have Kendall Garduno of Wink FFA. Animal was bred by Clay Farms. From Class 12, Eliana Harlan, Travis County 4-H. Animal was bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Coming in from Class 13, Addison Walzer, Fort Elliott FFA. Animal was bred by Hot Rod Genetics. From Class 14, Trey Canales, Odom FFA. Their animal was bred by C&P Livestock. From Class 15, Connor Pence from Very Best FFA. That animal came from Young Livestock. From Class 16, Riley Christian, Wise County 4-H. That animal was bred by Justin Lacey. And from Class 17, Harold White, Hutchinson County 4-H, bred by Shaded W Show Pigs.
Just an incredible Hampshire drive we've had the chance to work through and watch. And folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for the class winners we have out here representing this division. Awesome set of kiddos that are working their tails off, and man, they brought us some elite animals that are very fun to sort. This is not an easy decision. We can go back through each of these and kind of pick them apart and talk about where they're good and where they need to be a little bit better. But there is one that just really gets into my wheelhouse. He is the hardest to fault. He's the hardest to just really throw darts at and say he is not good there. I think that he is so balanced, he's so correct, and then he's not ordinary. He's memorable. He has those extras that we all try and do and build whenever we're at home. Extra good looking, extra stout skull, extra square chested and bladed, so fresh in his back shape and foreloin shape. He's got a big hind leg that he can bend and bounce off of. Everything comes together so seamlessly as you study him from the side. He's true and square when he comes at you. He's true and square when he leaves you. Young man, you've got it. Congratulations.
Thank you, John.
Your champion Hampshire comes from Class 15, Connor Pence, Very Best FFA, bred by Young Livestock. Coming now into the ring is Liston McKayick, Abbott FFA, That animal was bred by the stud. At this time, if we can have a Class 18 Yorks start making your way to the show ring. First call.
There's another one that just really hit me hard in class, and I wanted to pick on him just a little bit on his front feet and just maybe just the way that he comes at you. But man, everything else, once you get past that, is about a perfect 10 for me. Perfect in terms of his design and bone, and I love just the indestructible hind leg that's laid into him. Almost a picture perfect hind leg for me, and the way that he can bend and flex off of it, so good. And his hip design, his upper skeleton is lights out good. Ultimate in terms of squareness of blade and back. Body shape fits into him extremely well. Change him up front, right up through his ankle and foot, and man, it becomes even harder between champion and reserve. I just can't get around him with any of these others. He's so good in so many other places. Young man there on the far side is going to have it. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion Hamp comes from Class 14, Trey Canales, Odom FFA. Animal was bred by C&P Livestock. Class 18 Yorks, bring him to the show ring. This is your second call. If I can have a parent or a representative of the reserve hamp to the photo backdrop, please go over to the photo backdrop. I need a parent or representative of the reserve hamp to the photo backdrop. Class 18 Yorks, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 18 Yorks, third and final call to the show ring. The results from Class 17. First place, Harold White, Hutchinson County 4-H, animal bred by Shaded W Show Pigs. Second place, Jaden Kent, Burke Burnett FFA, animal bred by Fisher Show Pigs. Third place, Colton Gober, Haskell FFA, animal bred by Burger Farms. Fourth place, Laney Allen of the Jim Ned FFA, animal bred by Allen Farms. Fifth place, Chase Miller of the Abbott FFA, animal bred by Hobson Show Pigs. Sixth place, Mallory Emery of Shallowwater FFA, animal bred by The Stud. Seventh place, Tyler Gilliam of the Ropes FFA, animal bred by LA Farms. Eighth place, Lily Appleton, McCulloch County 4-H. Animal was bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Ninth place, Haley Riley, Lexington FFA. Animal came from Burger Farms. 10th place, Emery Cantrell, Canyon FFA. Animal came from Sweet Tooth Farms. Just a reminder, if you were a breed champion or reserve breed champion, please turn in your bios into the announcer's table. We need to have those back that can be read off during the grand drive tomorrow. Class 19, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 19, first call to the show ring.
Got a little variety here in the first class of Yorkshires. We've got several of these hogs, like the young lady here in front of me. They're kind of ground pounders, if you will. They're a little quicker, they're a little stouter, they're a little chubbier, but probably just need to be a little more within themselves, need to be a little bigger in type and kind and a little sounder. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, we've got a couple that are big and pretty that just need just a shot more underneath, need just a little bit more substance and bone to them. So trying to find that middle ground, if you will, and I think that's what we have landed on here in the scales and the hogs that we've got pinned back. Really still a good set of hogs that we're going to let go. Let's congratulate them as they head back to their pens.
Class 19, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 19, second call to the show ring.
The best looking, the stoutest featured Barrow goes ahead and wins the drive, and that's the young man here in the middle. Congratulations. Really a uniquely made one that's got big limbs with a cute neck and a good skull. Really fresh and sharp up high. Not perfect in the way that he bends his hind leg, but I think it's more than acceptable as we relate him back to the contemporaries. Love the look and profile of the Barrow in second. A bigger scaled, later maturing hog. I didn't see quite the skull shape. Didn't see him as bold in the upper part of his body. Didn't see him as unique in the way that he's put together from the side. But I still thought that his squareness of hip and length and pattern was a little more as we got into the hog and three. The hog and three is another one that really has a good square muscle pattern laid into him. I didn't see him as coordinated on either end of his body. Got just a little more jammed up and chunky through the front third of his skeleton. But I still think that his width of pin, his width of shoulder and blade was a little more as we got into the hog coming next. Up high, this thing is a creature. Really a short-backed, big back Barrow that gets just a little bit too short on each end of his body. I'd like to lengthen his hip, lengthen his front end, and just allow things to balance just a little better as you study him there from the side. But man, through his center and up high, he's an absolute monster. And it was because of those extremities is what allowed him to go over the hog that drops out of the gate next. This one reads safer on each end of his body. At the same time, he gets just a little vanilla up high, gets just a little plainer when you get in behind him. Just not the bell and whistle that we had in the upper part of the class. But his looseness of stride is what allowed him to go over the young lady's barrel that comes next. And this is a very powerfully ended barrel that gets just a little bubbly when you step in behind him. I didn't see him as square on either end of his body. Got just a little bit wavy there in his back line. But he's productive, he's thick, he's wide. Certainly a very nice market hog to be that far down the line. Another one that just didn't quite measure up in terms of bone and structure. He's another that drops out of his hip just a fraction as you study him on the move. 8, 9, and 10 are still very quality barrows. Get just a little harsher bodied and just not as dimensional as the upper part of the class. One way to start the Yorkshires. Congratulations to them all.
Your results from Class 18. First place, Ben Montoya, Lipan FFA. Animal was bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Second place, Cameron Teeters, Spearman FFA. Animal was bred by D.L. Show Pigs. Third place, Laramie Hodges, Clyde FFA, bred by Widener Farms, Doug Widener. Fourth place, Abigail Albrock, Wildorado FFA. Animal was bred by Brockman Farms. Fifth place, Peyton Van Beek from the Dallam-Hartley County 4-H. Animal was bred by Walzer Farms, Hot Rod Genetics. Sixth place, Allison Lackey, Dallam-Hartley County 4-H. Animal was bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Seventh place, Kaylee Katner, Petersburg FFA, bred by Katner Farms. Eighth place, Braden Bullard, Nazareth FFA, bred by Kip Smith. Ninth place, Jay Patterson, Hale Center FFA, bred by Gary Patterson Livestock. 10th place, Delaney Hemming, Tom Bean FFA, bred by Ambia Show Pigs. Ben Montoya from Lipan FFA, if you will make your way to the announcer table, please. Ben Montoya, please come to the announcer's stand. Class 20, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 20 Yorks, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 20, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 20, second call to the show ring, please. Class 20, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 20, third and final call to the show ring.
Maybe a class that creates just a little bit more challenge for me top to bottom. I feel the most comfortable with the pair that we have here, and folks, they're good. They're stout, they're bold, they're good looking, they've got muscle. This particular breed can throw a wrench in things at times. They're not easy to sort, and certainly not easy to find and raise. And so my hat is off to you folks that are fighting this. It's a challenging breed to say the least. And so I do think that we've got a nice pair between the pair. One of them is funner to look at. I think that he proportions and balances better. I prefer his look, his presence, his shape, his width and density a fraction more than the Barrow in second, realizing that he pushes the limit just a fraction when you get in behind him. The young man here closest to me is going to have your class winner. Congratulations to him. The Barrow in second, obviously, is a very athletic hog that the young lady is just asking a lot of. I love that type of gait and pace as you start to study that one on the go. But as good as he is in that regard, I would like to change the rear leg design of that particular bear. He gets just a little posterior legged, and then he swings just a fraction when he get in behind him. I didn't see the squareness, the plant, the flex as good as our class winner. As you start to study him off of those rear two, probably brings him in just a little bit, and that's okay. But more than anything, he just needs to change his rear leg design to make him a stronger contender. I didn't see him as cute through the front third of his body, but he's opened up, he's stout, he's got muscle. That's why he's in the top of this particular drive. The hog in 3 is another one that probably holds an advantage over the hog right above him in terms of just presence and attractiveness. At the same time, this is one that reads just a little drier and flatter bodied. I didn't see him utilizing his hind leg quite as good. A little more knuckled up on his rear two, a little straighter and posterior in the way that he handles it. But in terms of look, presence, fresh back, that thing's got it all. in those 3 places. A really solid one that drops out of the gate next. I need to change him off of his hip and hind leg to make him more ideal. Same could be said about the young man dropping out of the gate next. A little rounder rumped, a little more fragile in terms of bone, a big bodied one that comes out of the gate. This is one that reads just a little plainer up high. I didn't see the bone, didn't see the upper skeleton, but still a good look from the side. As we let the remaining hogs go, there's still some very quality barrels in here. Feet and legs, width and power is what sorted those particular 4. A great class. Congratulations to them all.
Can a parent or a representative of Blaine Willis from the Follett FFA please come to the announcer stand? Blaine Willis, can I get a parent or a representative from the Follett FFA to come to the announcer stand, please? Class 21, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 21, first call to the show ring. Your results from Class 19 Yorks in first place. Grayson Ellis, Wink FFA. Breeder, the breeder of their pig was The Stud. Second place, Addison Shook, Seminole FFA. Breeder of their animal, Brockman Farms. Third place, Braden Brandenberger, McCulloch County 4-H, bred by Burger Farms. Fourth place, Tegan Hodgen, Haskell FFA, bred by Go Genetics. Fifth place, Jackson Bateman, Spur FFA, bred by Red Raider Genetics. Sixth place, Kane Gonzalez, Klondike FFA, animal bred by DL Show Pigs. Seventh place, Rylan Reed, Crumb FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Eighth place, Nodden Bailey, Elgin FFA, bred by Bohemian Show Pigs. Ninth place, Jacob Nooses, Miles FFA, from West Texas Genetics. And 10th place, Olivia Gramp from Burke Burnett FFA, an animal bred by Young Livestock. Class 21, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 21, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
I'd modify the hind leg of my class winner, but I'd also say that with second through fourth. He's a monster outside of that. The young lady here in the middle is going to win the drive. Congratulations. The front two-thirds of him's incredible. Big-chested, big arms, stout-skulled. Love the way that his neck transitions into his shoulder. Really big and bold up high. Fresh there in his foreloin. Just a really intriguing bear that isn't perfect as you study him going away. It was because of those extremities that allowed him to go over the barrel in second. The barrel in second probably is just a notch more secure and safe when you get him behind him. You step off from the side of him and just study the range of motion. That's another short striding hog that just needs to be more athletic on each end of his body. Doesn't have that extra punch that we have in our class winner. Doesn't have the extra feature or body shape. Still a really sharp back, good looking one that I thought there was just more of him as we got into the Barrow in 3. The hog in 3 is another square bladed one that just didn't have as much through the center part of his rib. Got just a little more narrow, a little plainer topped, and maybe just not quite the wow factor that we had in 1 or 2. Still a very good pig in his own right. I thought he was just more correct and more square in his pattern as we got into the Barrow in 4. The hog in 4 is a grizzly bear. Love the extra bone, love the extra shag. I need to loosen him on each end of his body. Need to square him in terms of his hip design, but he's an incredible hog in terms of just that bone and density that he has through the upper or through the lower part of his body. A really practical, productive barrel that comes out of the gate next. I need to change this one in the way that he ties out of his hip. Gets just a little more fragile in his rear leg bone, a little more common in the front third of his body. I didn't see as much meat animal shape in him as we started to study him up high. As we let the remaining hogs go, run into a few more problems structurally as you set them in motion. Really a challenging class. Congratulations to them all.
At this time, can we have first and seconds from class 18, 19, and 20 come to the show ring? First and seconds from classes 18, 19, and 20 come to the show ring, please. Your results from Class 20. In first place, Henley Wagner, Hamilton FFA, animal bred by Thomas Show Pigs. Second place, J.C. Garcia, Lee County 4-H, animal bred by Shaded W Show Pigs. In third place, Dakota Skaklick from Clyde FFA, bred by Doug Widener. Fourth place, Jordan Albus, Whiteface FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Fifth place, Channing Howard, Seminole FFA, bred by Lacey Show Pigs. Sixth place, Allison Gomez, Live Oak County 4-H, bred by Doolm's Prevailing Genetics. Seventh place, Grant Ferguson, Haskell FFA, bred by Rains Livestock. Eighth place, Mason Gramp, Burke Burnett FFA, bred by Young Livestock. Ninth place, Cooper Goodman, Paradise FFA, bred by Seiko Land and Livestock. And 10th place, Laney Fisher, Paradise FFA, bred by Seiko Land and Livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Thank you very much. First and seconds, class 18, 19, 20. This is your second call to the show ring.
The common theme throughout this particular division was, did you want power or did you want pretty? And it's nice to be able to take a powerful one that's got bone and structure and still make him attractive. And thank goodness we've got one that can still motor and scoot with the best of them. Young man here to my left is going to win the drive. Congratulations. I thought that his flexibility, his length of stride, and just the usefulness of each end of his body was a fraction better as we got into the barrel in second. If the barrel in second doesn't fire you up when he turns and comes right at you, I don't know what will. Just a monster up front, a monster going away. As I just back off of him and just study him, that's a barrel that's just got to get rearranged up front. I'd like to rock his shoulder further back in him and just relax him in his knee, just to allow a looser kind of a stride off of his front too. But man, standing still where he's good, he's an absolute man-child. The Hog in 3 is a very practically made one. I like this one a good deal in terms of just being a bold-bodied, good-built hog that just didn't quite balance up as well. Got just a little thicker neck, a little wavier down his top line, not quite the ESTs that we had in 1 or 2, but that's still a very high-quality one to be standing in that 3 hole. This one is taller fronted and shorter bodied and sharper back by comparison. As I start to study this bear's skeleton, this is another that maybe wants to shuffle just a little more on each end of his body. He too wants to get a little more upright in his shoulder and knee, not quite as useful off of his rear too, not as stout, but really good and impressive upper skeleton in that particular bear. Young lady did an awesome job of just getting that one prepared and presented. Another fresh one that drops out of the gate next, and this is one of the sounder made ones of the particular drive. At the same time, giving up just a little bit of horsepower when you turn and come at you, when he leaves you, when you study him up high, just not as much hog there, but I still love his skeleton, I love his flexibility, and again, young lady's done just a really nice job of hair and skin, freshness and presentation. Another one that just reads like a good practical bear, a little plainer fronted, a little rounder hip, not a square hip hawk to ground as he stead in behind him. As we start to let the remaining hogs go, there's still some very good animals strung through here. A big backed one here that gets just a little bit rounder and bunchier going away. A real big scaled hog here that looks like we're fighting weight just a little drier middled, not as sharp and fresh up high. Round out the class with a pair that just need to be a little better legged as he studied them on the move. Really a great class and really a nice way to wrap up this division. Congratulations to them all.
All right, as we lead into our breed drive for the Yorks, from Class 18, we have Ben Montoya of the Lipan FFA. From Class 19, Grayson Ellis, Wink FFA. From Class 20, Henley Wagner, Hamilton FFA. And from Class 20, Luke Gresham, Whiteface FFA.
awesome Yorkshire drive, and I'm very pleased with these 4 class winners. I think we've beat them up plenty good throughout these classes, and I think it's time to just appreciate these are good animals, and they bring a lot to the table. And I'm asking myself, which one of these, if I had for one of my daughters, would I be the most upset with for not getting champion? And there is one that I think just really does some really unique things and brings a lot of uniqueness to the table in terms of presence and profile. He's a beautifully made bear that still has some beast-like features, bone, foot, forearm, really a big square-bladed hog that's got so much natural shape and spread up high. He's not perfect. I would like to square his rear toes just a fraction as you study him there at the arena surface. What's good about him is he still bends his hind leg good. I still think he's in with that acceptable margin there as you get in behind him. He's simply the hardest to make. He's the most memorable. He's simply my favorite. Young man to my right is going to have champion. Congratulations.
Your champion, York, comes from Class 19, Grayson Ellis, Wink FFA. Breeder of that Barrow is the Stud. Entering the ring from Class 19, Addison Shook, Seminole FFA.
Still maybe a little closer and a little tighter decision out here for reserve. The young man started it off right with a really cool looking one that still has bone and feature. You know, changes hind leg motion just a fraction. Maybe wants to push just a little bit left and right as he get in behind him. But man, from the side, that thing's got a lot of good and a lot of value. We came into another hog that is just ate up with power and substance and bone, and again, maybe just range of motion and just flexibility and just his usefulness of his hind leg needs to be a little better in that particular bear. We've got one that came out of a last class that is very attractive in terms of skull shape. Back shape, really fresh and expressive up high. Maybe gets just a little bit different in the way that his neck comes into his shoulder. Maybe gets just a little meatier right there on the top part of his pole and throws him just a fraction in terms of his profile. But my gosh, that one is so good and so right and ready for this particular day. And then we have a barrel that comes out of that very class that our champion did, and that was a close call. I love his levelness of design, his length to his hip, the profile that he gives him. Like we talked about him, that's one that maybe wants to bring his hock in just a fraction as you step in behind him. I still think he's the next best one. Young lady in black will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion, York, comes from Class 19, Addison Shook, Seminole FFA. Breeder of her Barrow is Brockman Farms. Thank you, Rodeo Austin, for a wonderful first day. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., starting off with your light crossbreds.